The world has experienced an expansion of global trade over the past decade. As a result, it has become crucial to adopt practices that guarantee reliability of reports and results of products and services. Conformity assessment against global standards.
Food is the elixir of life. Is the food that you purchase from the market safe, hygienic, and of good quality? Do the contents of the label of the food products provide you with sufficient information with respect to the quality and integrity? The quality of food that you consume directly impacts your health, well-being, and rejuvenation. Consumption of unhealthy or contaminated food or water may cause illness and lead to several diseases and health concerns. Besides affecting the health, unsafe and contaminated food products have widespread economic and social implications. So, it's pivotal to consume food that is clean, safe, and wholesome. Today, we have a variety of food categories and food products ranging from organic food to processed food involving of the technical competence, impartiality, and consistent operation of such conformity assessment bodies. That's where the National Accreditation Board for Certification Bodies, NABCB, plays a crucial role by accrediting the various conformity assessment bodies. The stringent criteria laid down by NABCB for granting accreditation, Quality Management System certification bodies, Food Safety Management System certification bodies, Product certification bodies, and inspection bodies ensures the competence of these bodies when it comes to the food industry. NABCB also provides accreditation to international schemes like Global GAP, FSSC 22000, FAMI-QS, BRCGS, IFS, BAP, and many others, which is accepted globally, thereby supporting the industry.
When a common consumer goes to any food establishment, whether it is a small restaurant or a sweet shop or a meat shop, he needs to be convinced that the establishment is following the basic hygiene requirements. So, in order to ensure inspections of all the food businesses, we brought out the auditing regulations which permit audits by third-party audit agencies which are having NABCB accreditation. So that's a primary condition for their recognition. The NABCB accredited bodies, with the help of these auditors of NABCB, they audit these establishments, and if there are some gaps, those are pointed out and the establishment is required to take required corrective action. They have the desired technical competence, they have qualified technical manpower, and they follow the proper quality management system to carry out such audits. So NABCB has been a very useful partner for us in attending to the needs, the challenges for ensuring food safety in the country.
However, it has been found that globally many such certifications are being generated that are unauthentic, fake, or fraudulent. This poses a significant risk to the health and lives of the general population, as the food products carrying such certifications may be contaminated and potentially harmful due to non-adherence to the stringent requirements set for them. NABCB logo on the certificates provided to the conformity assessment bodies ensures that they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity and minimizing the risk. Consumers today are aware and increasingly vigilant regarding the quality and safety of the food that they consume and the impact generated by the food supply chain on the overall environment. Accreditation by NABCB provides confidence and assures that the food products certified can be consumed with trust and don't adversely impact their overall health, nutrition, nourishment, and well-being. It also impacts their purchasing decisions by providing transparency about how their food is grown, sourced, and produced. NABCB accreditation and the use of NABCB accredited conformity assessment bodies enables the food industry to demonstrate that their products meet the requirements of quality, safety, environmental sustenance, and animal welfare. It also supports the various businesses within the food supply chain against potential liability claims by demonstrating due diligence and regulatory compliance. Accreditation by NABCB acts as a reliable monitoring mechanism for regulators and industry and supports their objective of maintaining food quality and safety. NABCB has secured international equivalence for its accreditation schemes for QMS, FSMS, product and inspection. NABCB accredited certification and inspection bodies facilitate acceptance of food commodities exported from India, thereby opening up foreign markets for the Indian food industry. This also reduces the risk of Indian food products being rejected in international markets and minimizes the risk of rejections and secondary re-evaluations. NABCB is committed to ensure that the stringent food safety practices are implemented in the overall interest and well-being of the people. QCI and NABCB support Naya Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Is important in ensuring the quality of. The world has experienced an expansion.
The quality of the products and services that you consume directly impacts your health and well-being and is a key deciding factor while taking a buying decision. Planning to buy your dream house or vehicle or packaged food or the latest clothing? How about the fuel that powers your vehicle or the machineries that make your life simpler or medical devices that are used to diagnose and treat diseases? The key considerations while purchasing or using these products or services are safety, quality and performance. With millions of brands vying for your attention, how can you be sure of their quality and reliability? The certification inspections and testing conducted against the benchmark standards by conformity assessment bodies gives us that confidence. However, there is a need for an independent, internationally recognized national accreditation body to determine and validate the technical competency, impartiality, and integrity of such conformity assessment bodies. That's where the National Accreditation Board for Certification Bodies, or NABCB, plays an extremely important role as a national body in India by accrediting the various conformity assessment bodies. NABCB is one of the constituent boards of the Quality Council of India, QCI, the apex body for accreditation and quality promotion in India.
We are going to have $1 trillion worth of exports and that the quality of life for every citizen will be improved. So if you take such a broad view of quality, that is what we are trying to do. At the end of the day, we are trying to help the economy grow and trying to improve the quality of life for every individual citizen of India. We are helping on every single front which is required so that overall quality can be improved and a quality consciousness can seep into every citizen and every manufacturer and every service provider.
NABCB plays a very important role because it attests the competence of those organizations who do certification, who do inspections. A very important role is being played by NABCB as well as Quality Council of India in establishing the public perception about quality in the products, services and processes.
NABCB provides accreditation to certification, inspection and validation and verification bodies after assessing their competence in almost all critical domains. This includes confidence and credibility regarding the conformity assessment bodies in the minds of the general population. Its relationship with various stakeholders is based on key elements like competence-based assessments, impartial and transparent process, and international recognition of accreditation.
Accreditation is the prime and essential pillar of the quality ecosystem. Accreditation assures competence and impartiality in the certification and inspection bodies. When we consume products or services in the market space, it's accreditation which assures its compliance with standards and technical regulations. Thus, both regulators and industry rely heavily on NABCB accreditation. Accreditation is an essential enabler for government initiatives to build brand India by promoting zero defect and zero effect. It further has a major impact on both Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Getting certified by NABCB accredited certification bodies for quality management systems is one of the best investments that any organization can make.
NABCB established its first accreditation scheme for the management system certification in the year 2000, and since then has been adding various accreditation schemes within the management systems and in other areas relating to certification of products, persons, inspection and validation and verification. Today, NABCB is the leading accreditation body in the world and is relied on by the government, regulators and the industry across sectors within the country. NABCB is a member of international bodies on accreditation such as the International Accreditation Forum (IAF), the International Laboratory Accreditation Corporation (ILAC), and the Asia Pacific Accreditation Corporation (APAC), and is signatory to their multilateral recognition arrangements, which facilitates international equivalence and acceptance of certificates and reports issued under NABCB accreditation.
NABCB's accreditation to certification bodies for medical devices quality management systems is recognized by CDSCO, the drug regulator in India, and has facilitated the certification of world-class manufacturing facilities for medical devices in India.
NABCB has a great role to play and great connection with the CDSCO because it accreditates the certifying bodies, and these certifying bodies we rely on for the regulation of Class A and Class B medical devices. The certification or inspection done by them are relied upon by the CDSCO for the quality management system of the medical devices and for the quality, safety and performance of the medical devices. At the core of everything is a patient, a consumer. If patient gets the access to affordable medical product through these kinds of activities by NABCB, I think that's a good system. NABCB is an integral part of a quality system which we are trying to build for
Namaste and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from NABCB, NABL, and QCI. My name is Varsha Mishra. I am Deputy Director from NABCB and I will be your moderator for today's World Accreditation Day celebration. इसी के साथ में जैसा कि हमारा एक रिचुअल है, हमारे सारे डिग्निटरीज को मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी. प्लीज सर. Now we would like to invite all the dignitaries on the dais and request CEO NABCB Shri Rajesh Maheshwari ji to humbly present the bouquet as a token of respect to Shri Jakshay Shah, Chairman Quality Council of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome all the dignitaries with a huge round of applause. And now I would request CEO NABL Shri N. Venkateswaran ji to present the bouquet to Shri Adil Janul Bhai, Chairman Capacity Building Commission. Again, I would request CEO NABCB Shri Rajesh ji to give this token of gratitude to Shri Sanjeev ji, Joint Secretary DPIIT. And now I would request CEO to present this bouquet to Dr. R.P. Singh, Secretary General Quality Council of India. Thank you, sir. Today, we are truly privileged to extend a heartfelt welcome to our esteemed dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, whose distinguished presence graces this event with an aura of greatness. We are deeply honored, sir. Your esteemed presence undoubtedly elevate the significance and grandeur of this celebration of World Accreditation Day 2023. Now, as we move forward, और हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति और परंपरा के अनुसार किसी भी कार्य का शुभारंभ हम वंदना से, दीप प्रज्वलन से करते हैं. So I would request all the dignitaries to please proceed with the lamp lighting and with the prayer that Lord Ganesha, who is a Vignaharta, and Ma Saraswati, who is a goddess of wisdom and knowledge, bless us all and always provide us his blessings. Join here us in the sacred ceremony of lighting the lamp, symbolizing the awakening of knowledge and enlightenment. अस्तु मा सदगमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्यो मा अमृतगमय. सो ये परंपरा हमारी आज की नहीं है, बहुत ही प्राचीन है. किसी भी कार्य के शुभारंभ को हमने हमेशा गणपति वंदना और गणपति आशीर्वाद से ही शुरू किया है. सो आज भी इस वर्ल्ड एक्रेडिटेशन डे को हम इसी के साथ सेलिब्रेट करते हैं. And for this, I just thank you everybody who is sitting and who is attending and all my dignitaries on the dais. Friends, this World Accreditation Day is a global initiative launched by ILAC and IF to highlight the value of accreditation. IF and ILAC has shared their video, also APAC, which will be displaying during the course of the day. And this year theme of this World Accreditation Day is accreditation supporting future of global trade. So with this, to begin the session for the welcome address, I would take the pleasure to invite Secretary General Quality Council of India, Dr. R.P. Singh, and I have a pleasure to introduce him with you all. Dr. Singh holds a gold medal and master's in physics from BHU and PhD in physics from Western University, Canada. He has initiated various schemes and leading projects for quality interventions at grassroots level of which few of them I can mention, otherwise it is a huge line. Swachh Sarvekshan, Ayushman Bharat, virtual assessment in government, e-marketing, and much more. He has a significant role in bringing all accreditation bodies under one roof. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Varsha. Very good morning to all of you. My esteemed guests on the dais, Mr. Adil Zainul Bhai, Chairperson of the Capacity Building Commission, Jakshish Shah, Chairperson of Quality Council of India, Mr. Sanjeev, who is the Joint Secretary of Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, my both CEOs, Venkat as well as Rajesh Maheshwari. Thank you for organizing this. We have been organizing this every year, and it's quite a momentous occasion because you all need to understand how these topics of WAD is decided every year. And there is a underlying issue which is brought out when the topic of WAD is decided. And this year, it was accreditation supporting the future of global trade. So it is oft repeated that accreditation helps in the global trade. And there is no better indication of it when IAF and ILAC decide about a theme around global trade and accreditation. One of the most important thing that I wanted to tell you today was that, as you all might be aware, that Indian accreditation system has been ranked 5th in the world, and we need to take pride in the fact that most of the people who are in this room presently are a part of that accreditation structure. Having said that, there was a recent World Economic Forum report which says that if only economies can reduce the cost of compliance through regulators, through an alternative system which is accreditation, perhaps the global GDP will increase to more than 5%. 5%. It's an indication of how people around the world and developed economies around the world see the role of conformity assessment as well as accreditation in the trade gamut. And there lies the opportunity for accreditation bodies and conformity assessment bodies in India. Without going into much detail, I would only like to tell you that since the highest leadership of accreditation is in this room and especially on the dais, there are 2 or 3 things that I have been saying, and I would repeat it again for the benefit of my seniors out here who are in the position of decision making. And I have only 3 things to tell. The first is that we constantly see dilution of national accreditation system in India, primarily because a lot of people do not understand the value of accreditation and what actually accreditation is. And therefore, in most of the notifications that we see coming out of regulators or government departments, we see that there is a mention of accredited bodies which are accredited and approved under IF and ILAC without mentioning the need of the national accreditation system. I have reasons to believe that a lot of people, in fact, do not understand this and therefore they are doing it, or they are influenced by some fringe players in order to give such kind of notifications in the government notifications. We know that the Quality Council of India was established in 1997, and I would, for the benefit of all those who are sitting out here, read the notification while promulgating Quality Council of India, which says that the cabinet decision states that the government shall endeavor to increasingly use the services of the bodies accredited under the national accreditation system established under QCL. And therefore, NABCB and NABL have a huge role to play in order to get this system in place in India and start, in fact, mentioning it everywhere that the government departments as well as ministries are aware that there is a national accreditation system which exists in India, and therefore we need not promote the accreditation systems which are coming into India without mutual discussions. The second point that I wanted to say was that opening up India to foreign accreditation bodies, which goes against the market access treatment afforded to national accreditation bodies in India. And that is where we see that most of the developed countries as well as developing countries around the world have put out a single accreditation body structure, whether it is the EU, the UK, the Singapore, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, China, etc. They have recognized their national accreditation body as a single accreditation body. In India, however, we have kind of not got to the stage where we say that we will exceedingly use the national accreditation body structure, but we, in the true spirit of Vasudev Kutumbakam, we invite everybody and each to come into India and have market access. It is not going to help us in the long run, especially in trade, because market access is defined by mutually decided rules rather than one rule which any economy must put out. The third and most important thing is that there are a lot of fly-by-night operators which are operating in India, especially the accreditation bodies and conformity assessment bodies, which are accredited by foreign as well as private for-profit accreditation bodies in India. And that is where the mushrooming business of fake certifications are coming into light. And therefore, in view of all these issues that we are faced with, and especially the National Accreditation Body of India, which is NABL and NABCB, I would like all of you to consider this in the day-long discussions that you will have, that how can India become more competitive by having a very robust system which has already been recognized by the world, and allow a single accreditation body to operate in India unless and until there is an FTA with developed countries. Mr. Sanjeev has been going around the world and he has been discussing about FTAs, and it is my urgent and impassioned plea to him kindly to look into this aspect of single accreditation body and issue a regulation which can make India much more competitive in the global trade. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your this extremely important session, extremely important welcome note, which is not just to invite the people and welcoming them, but also give the glimpse what is going across the globe and what as a nation India is doing. Thank you very much, sir, for doing this honors. Now, as we move next, I would invite Mr. Rajesh Maheshwari ji, CEO NABCB. Sir, your guidance and leadership have been instrumental in advancing the cause we stand for. And I just wanted and wish to introduce him to all of you, that he is also holding different international positions in the globe, like director on the board of IAF, member IAF Executive Committee, member Joint Executive Committee, co-chair of IAF, ABIEG, and he has a more than three decades of experience in accreditation, conformity assessment. Sir, I would like to request you to share the VAT 23 message of IF and ILAC chair. Thank you very much, sir, and over to you.
Thank you, Varsha. dignitaries on the dais of the dais. सबसे पहले आपको मैं NABCB और NABL की तरफ से विश्व प्रत्यायन दिवस, आई थिंक एक्रेडिटेशन को हिंदी में जानते नहीं है लोग, तो विश्व प्रत्यायन दिवस पे हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं दोनों NABCB NABL की तरफ से और QCI की तरफ से सब लोगों को। और ये 16वां दिवस है। 2008 में सबसे पहले वर्ल्ड एक्रेडिटेशन डे सेलिब्रेट किया गया था। दिस इज द 16th टाइम दैट द वर्ल्ड एक्रेडिटेशन डे is being celebrated. So it's a privilege here for me to read the statement of the chairs of the two international bodies, the International Accreditation Forum (IAF) and the International Laboratory Accreditation Corporation (ILAC). Mr. Emmanuel Riva is the chair of IAF, and he is from Accredia, the national accreditation body from Italy, and Eti Feller, she is from Israel, the chief of ISRAC, the national accreditation body from Israel. So, as you know, the theme is accreditation supporting the future of global trade. So, I'll quote unquote. The global accreditation organizations, IF and ILAC, once again come together on 9th June to celebrate the World Accreditation Day. The 2023 theme is Accreditation Supporting the Future of Global Trade, and aims to draw attention on to how accreditation and conformity assessment are adopting to advances in technology, changes in consumer behaviors, and regulatory environment. So demerits of being tall. Okay. Abhi, I think about it's okay. Yeah, okay. The 2023 theme is accreditation supporting the future of global trade, and aims to draw attention to how accreditation and conformity assessment are adapting to advances in technology, changes in consumer behavior, and regulatory environment, new trust mechanisms, and changing business models. The founding ethos of IF and ILAC many decades ago was to support global trade. That ethos has driven and still acts as one of the primary motivators for the two organizations. In a constantly changing world, it is remarkable that accreditation supporting world trade is as relevant for today as it was decades ago. And this relevance only seems to grow stronger. Estimates by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, and the United States Department of Commerce are that the standards and the conformity assessment have an impact on 80% of the world trade. The Center for Economics and Business Research estimates that standards contribute to about 6.1 billion to exports in the United Kingdom, that's in the Great Britain pounds per year, while independent research carried out by the New Zealand Institute for Economic Research reported that accreditation delivers a New Zealand dollar 4.5 billion premium in exports. So accreditation and trade are bound together by trust. Trust is the essential component of trading relationships, whether they are conducted within national borders or within economies. Economies around the world have long relied on an integrated system of standards, regulations, metrology, and accredited conformity assessment to create a quality infrastructure. This integrated system has generated the necessary trust to support trade by ensuring that consumers, businesses, and regulators procuring goods and services get what they expect. So one of the primary roles accreditation plays in supporting global trade is the removal of technical barriers to trade, TBTs. By demonstrating confidence, quality infrastructures have provided businesses with access to a wider international marketplace, while simultaneously improving the quality and safety of imports from those economies. So many of the key factors affecting global trade are exactly the issues to which accreditation has solutions. Supply chains are becoming more complex, and there is evidence of growing regulatory divergence. Geopolitical factors such as armed conflicts and the global pandemic have impacted the sourcing of raw materials and disrupted established methods of quality assurance. Growing concerns relate related to cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, data protection, fraud, and product authenticity. Consumer consciousness about sustainability, provenance, health, and ethics is on the rise, forcing brands to improve their understanding and oversight of their supply network. Accreditation aids world trade by supporting regulators, businesses, consumers in meeting their diverse needs, whether they be technical product safety, good governance, climate change, energy, fair markets, or public confidence. In turn, this is seen by organizations such as the World Trade Organization, WTO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and the OECD, who suggest that greater adoption of international standards in national frameworks and compliance with them could promote regulatory convergence globally. Adapting to the changing world is a cornerstone of how IF and ILAC develop solutions to support global trade. The adoption of new technologies is increasing at an unseen rate, bringing new threats and governance challenges. Accredited conformity assessment is already delivering confidence in the quality assurance of goods and services in many of the areas where blockchain technology and artificial intelligence are being applied. While standards and accreditation have had a positive impact on trade, both within and across borders, there is a need for continued evolution to meet changing industry requirements and to support future trading systems. IF and ILAC will continuously strive to achieve this. In turn, this also plays a key role in supporting the SDGs targets that relate to the trade. Supporting the future of global trade for World Accreditation Day 2023 demonstrates how national and global quality infrastructures are adapting to advances in technology, changes in consumer behaviors and the regulatory environment, new trust mechanisms, and changing business models. As vital today as it was decades ago and will be in the future, accreditation continues to support world trade for consumers, businesses, and governments and regulators alike. World Accreditation Day 2023 enables the International Accreditation Forum, the International Laboratory Accreditation Corporation, and their members to highlight how accreditation is supporting the future of global trade. IF and ILAC provide a range of information to explain accreditation's role in supporting the future of global trade, including further illustrations of its use. So the two websites which are being quoted, wherein you can see lots of case studies across the countries, across economies, and how they have leveraged accreditation. They are the trade public sector assurance, and the other one is the business benefits. These two websites are available, and wherein you can see how economies have benefited. Thank you all, and also, of course, some of you would know this logo is there was a competition, and out of this competition, this logo was designed by a guy from NABL. So you can see this logo coming from NABL, and of course, I'm not taking the name, so I'll leave something for Venkat to announce it.
Vivek Vardhan is present as well.
Yeah, so this logo was selected by the panel, which is done by them. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this speech for Chair IF and ILAC. And once again, congratulations to Vivek ji for this, and make India as a proud, and NABL this logo has been used across the globe for this day. So it is actually the celebration you have led. Thank you so much, Vivek ji. And now I would request IT team to kindly play the VAT video, please.
The global economy has long relied on standards, regulations, metrology, and accredited conformity assessment services to support trade. This is by ensuring that consumers, businesses, and regulators procuring these goods and services get what they expect.
In our changing world, challenges and considerations, ranging from the increasing complexity of supply chains to cybersecurity, emerging technologies and growing consumers' consciousness about sustainability are requiring industry to adapt.
Accreditation is essential for meeting changing industry requirements and supporting sustainable development goals. World Accreditation Day 2023 will demonstrate how national and global quality infrastructure are adapting to advances in technologies, consumer behaviors, and business models.
Product integrity is under greater security than ever before. The risk of exposure for brand owner is increasing for many reasons. This includes increasing complexity of supply chain and regulatory diversity, geographic factors disrupting the sourcing of raw materials, new concerns related to cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, data protection, fraud of end products authentically, and consumer consequences about the sustainability. Additional transparency enabled by technology and communication networking in transforming the way trust won and lost.
Standards, metrology, and accreditation form the basis for global trade by reducing transaction costs and creating universal reference points. They act as a trust indicator, allowing goods and services to move between economies without requiring additional testing, inspection, certification, validation, or verification in the importing economy. They are also increasingly used across a wide range of policy areas to support regulation, including technical products, safety, good governance, climate change, energy, fair markets, and public confidence. Organizations like the World Trade Organization, UNIDO, and the OECD suggest that greater implementation of international standards in national frameworks and compliance with them could promote regulatory conformity worldwide. The usage of the standard is on the rise, with a 20% increase, totaling 1,725,754 businesses having accredited certification to management system standard in 2021 when compared to the previous year. Furthermore, the number of accredited laboratory and inspection bodies rose to 88,600 and 14,000 respectively in 2022.
The COVID-19 pandemic has presented new risks and challenges in global supply chains, forcing businesses to be more resilient and agile as they face labour and/or raw material shortages, inflationary pressures, and shifts in their supply chains. The pandemic also led to an increased use of remote auditing and assessment techniques within the conformity assessment community. A survey by ISO, ILAC, and IF showed that 91.5% of respondents agreed that remote techniques could provide a stimulus to new audit, assessment, and evaluation processes. The use of sensors, data feeds, artificial intelligence, and many other factors will see auditing evolve and develop further towards what is called smart quality infrastructure.
The adoption of new technologies is increasing, with digitalization having raised the global GDP by almost 10% in the past decade. However, we see new threats and challenges for example, like cybercrime, counterfeiting, that have increased exponentially, costing the global economy more than $1 trillion in 2021. The emergence of artificial intelligence, AI, and blockchain has seen the development of multiple standards and new protocols. But the regulatory uncertainty and the lack of trust and confidence from the users are the biggest barriers to adoption. Governments and organizations around the world are starting to explore these technologies, and accreditation and accredited conformity assessment activities are already delivering confidence in different goods and services around the world that use these technologies, blockchain and AI and others. For example, we have the standard 27001, the ISO IEC 27001, which identifies and manages risks for the businesses that use data that is stored electronically.
Consumers are increasingly concerned about the origins and sustainability of their purchases, and assurance schemes have sprung up to counter these concerns. However, it's become increasingly apparent that these schemes underperform. Standards can help organizations adopt more eco-friendly practices. Accredited conformity assessment can provide assurance that organizations are meeting requirements and fulfilling claims, from the laboratory testing of air, water, and soil pollution, to the inspection of ship recycling, to ISO 14001 environmental management system certifications that requires that an organization consider all environmental issues relevant to operations, including pollution, climate change, mitigation and adaptation, and resource use and efficiency. In many parts of the world, certification schemes ensure that manufactured products are protected by their geographic region, thereby providing consumers with confidence in the origin and quality of their purchases. Ethical trading and responsible sourcing certification gives consumers the reassurance that they seek and the workers the protection that they deserve.
Transparency enabled by technology and communications networks is transforming the way trust is won and lost. The increasing number of assurance schemes to address areas such as environmental, social, and governance performance is causing confusion, accusations of greenwashing, and differences between stakeholder expectations and realities. While accredited conformity assessment provides a clear indication of trust, the conformity assessment industry continues to take steps to evolve in line with industry needs. For example, IAF CertSearch is a global database of accredited management system certifications, providing a single source of truth that makes it harder for those issuing fraudulent certificates. Accredited conformity assessment is also being deployed to ensure the integrity of peer review systems, such as online ratings.
While standards and accreditation have had a positive impact on trade, both within and across borders, there is a need for continued evolution to meet changing industry requirements and to support our future trading systems.
Under the umbrella of ILAC and IAF, accreditation is supporting national and global quality infrastructure in adapting to advance in technology, changes in consumer behavior and regulatory environment, new trust mechanism, and changing business model.
The world has experienced an expansion of global trade over the past decade. As a result, it has become crucial to adopt practices that guarantee reliability of reports and results of products and services. Conformity assessment against global standards is important in ensuring the quality of goods and services. It not only supports the removal of trade barriers, but also establishes trust and credibility. Accreditation of conformity assessment bodies demonstrates competence, impartiality, equivalence, and capability, further reinforcing the credibility, safety, and performance of goods and services. The Asia-Pacific Accreditation Cooperation, APAC, commonly known as APAC, is the regional association of accreditation bodies in Asia-Pacific. It has a primary role in managing and expanding a mutual recognition arrangement (MRA) amongst accreditation bodies. APAC grants mutual recognition to accreditation bodies that successfully undergo peer evaluation according to ISO IEC 17011 requirements. It is recognized by the IAF and ILAC and has a relationship with other regional bodies. The MRA facilitates acceptance of conformity assessment results across the region and worldwide. It ensures that results like test reports, inspection reports, and management system certificates, etc., are recognized, fostering trade and harmonization. Further, APAC provides a forum for the exchange of information and discussions among bodies and organizations interested in accreditation and related activities. APAC harmonizes the practices followed by each member economy. Stakeholders, including regulators, government organizations, industry bodies, and consumers, rely on the services of conformity assessment bodies accredited by APAC's MRA partners. The adherence to international standards instills trust and avoids duplication of assessment. Best practices are adopted within APAC accredited bodies, leading to risk minimization, reduced errors, and prevention of product failures. A culture of continual improvement is fostered and technical competence is evaluated during the entire mechanism, which ensures credibility of reports and results. APAC's MRA signatory covers a broad spectrum of conformity assessment standards. As APAC continues to expand its reach, it remains a driving force in enhancing global trade, fostering trust, and promoting excellence in conformity assessment. Together, let's build a world where businesses thrive, consumers trust, and global trade flourishes. Please visit APAC website for latest information.
थैंक यू। एक छोटा सा अनाउंसमेंट है, आप अतिथियों में से किसी की स्विफ्ट कार है HR264239 जो कि रॉन्गली प्लेस्ड है, तो आपसे प्लीज आप देख लीजिए किसकी व्हीकल है ये। HR26BN4239। Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. I think this video was a bit long to look into for a long duration. Now, moving to the next, it will be my pleasure to welcome Shri Sanjeev Ji, Joint Secretary DPIIT, to deliver the theme address. And बहुत ही थोड़ी पंक्तियों में मैं उनका स्वागत करना चाहूंगी क्योंकि सर ने खुद मुझे रोका है उसके लिए। Shri Sanjeev Ji is working as a Joint Secretary in Ministry of Commerce and Industry, DPIIT, Government of India. He is an IRS officer of 1993 batch. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Respected Adil Janul Bhai sir, my dear friend Jackse, RP Singh sir, Rajesh ji, Venkatesh, and my dear friends. At the outset, I must admit that QCI for me is not a fair weather friend. In fact, it is an all weather friend where I ring wherever I am in trouble or I am in search of quality. To that extent, I will say that when I was asked to speak for this program and I was having problem with drafting my speech, last night at 11:30, I requested one of you, and to my utter surprise, when I woke up at 5 a.m., the full talking points were there and it was posted at about 1:30. That shows the pain which you people take to bring quality in our life. In fact, people like you who work silently and in backdrop are fundamental pillars of the Indian industry, often underrated and inadequately appreciated for the services which are being rendered by you. Today, I acknowledge you and honor your efforts for being one of the lifelines, backbones of Indian industry. My previous speakers have said that India has ranked 5th in our accreditation system. Believe me, I am not happy with it. Ye dil mange more. I want to see us on the top of the hierarchy, and there is no reason why, under the dynamic leadership of your chairman, you will not be able to achieve this. And as was said, we as an Indian, we always keep on saying Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Yes. In fact, the whole sloka goes like this. Ayam nijam paroveti ganna laghu chetsam udar charitam tu Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. ये मेरा है तेरा है की जगह भारत की परंपरा रही है कि पूरा विश्व हमारा है, और हमें इस प्रकार से प्रयास करना चाहिए कि ये फीलिंग सभी जगहों पे जाए. In fact, the theme for this year G20 is One Earth, One Family and One Future. This is nothing but Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam only, and in our quest to give quality, the pursuit should be that the quality is there for everybody. This World Accreditation Day, I renew that commitment of the government to leave no one behind when it comes to quality. It is fundamental right of each citizen of world, of India, to get quality. And here accreditation comes into the picture. That this is proper accreditation and certification which will ensure quality to everybody. As the Indian economy grows in size and complexities, so does the demand for quality products. Quality products can only enhance trade. Trade is based on trust, and trust is based on certification. In fact, I will like to bring to you the main goals of Atmanirbhar Bharat, where many digital public infrastructure has been created. You must be aware of UPI, Aadhaar, and I think many of you would have heard about ONDC also. And I am happy to see at least 3 of ONDC board members are here. Adil Janul Bhai sir, Jaxe and me are part of the ONDC board. And I will just like to speak for a minute about ONDC. Basically, we are creating a network where we provide facilities through buyer app and seller apps on our network. We are providing the network through which every person in India, whether he or she is a cotton grower from Gujarat or a lychee grower from Bihar, to sell their products through e-commerce to everybody else. Here comes the role of accreditation. Since in the bigger platforms which you know, they rank the products as per their own algorithm and based on their interest, which at times is very detrimental to interest of our small kirana stores, small stores. So in ONDC, we propose to have a quality accreditation system with the help of QCI. We are in the process of developing an accreditation system so that any person who is buying a product through the network of ONDC have trust on those items. With this, I will again wish you all the best for World Accreditation Day, and the government stands with you all for the support that you need. We are there. In fact, just now I have asked Mr. Rajesh to give details of 2 persons who were not being given US visa. So we are always there. QCI is baby of DPIT, and we are always there to facilitate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for doing this honor and set the context of whole event today. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we move forward with the keynote address. And we are today truly privileged to have Shri Adil Janul Bhai, Chairman of Capacity Building Commission, among us today. Mr. Janul Bhai holds an engineering degree from Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai, and an MBA from Harvard Business School. He was the chairman of McKinsey Co. for more than 34 years. He is chairman of Network 18 and TV 18. He is also on the board of Reliance Industries, Larsen & Toubro, and Cipla. And he was chairman of Quality Council of India from 2014 to 2022, and where he has an exceptional contribution in driving the process transformation as well as to enhance the efficiency of government initiative and programs. We would like to invite sir for the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome sir with a big round of applause. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Very weak. Louder. Good morning. Good morning. Jakshay ji, Sanjeev ji, all my friends from QCI. I first want to start out by asking a question of how many of you were involved in accreditation or quality when I first took over as chairman of QCI in 2014. So at least some who remember this. The first time that I had to address people in the quality group or in the quality environment on the first World Accreditation Day that I was in, I had to ask Rajesh and Ravi, what the heck is accreditation? And then both of them gave me some very complex explanation that said conformity assessment and, explained everything in many terms that I didn't understand. Fortunately, after many years here, I understand a little bit more, although every second or third day when something comes up, I have to write to Rajesh and say, Rajesh, I don't understand this term. What does it mean? But what I do understand is the incredible role that accreditation and all of you play. And I'm going to lay out a challenge for you today. Okay, so that hopefully when I come back and speak to you, if you still invite me back after 5 years, that in fact you will have met the challenge. Many of you will have heard the Honorable Prime Minister talk about the fact that we want to become a developed country by 2047. At the 100th anniversary of India's independence, we should be a $30 trillion economy and a developed nation, which is a very high growth aspiration, but really it is something that we should all aspire to. For us to become a developed country and to have a $30 trillion economy, the role of quality in manufacturing, services, and the quality of life is extraordinarily important. We cannot be a developed country unless we have quality built into everything. So I agree with Sanjeev ji that while it is wonderful that we are the 5th best in the world in the accreditation system, think about what we are going to need over the next 15 to 25 years to achieve what is the goal of the nation. And at the end of the day, all of us and all of you are working towards achieving that goal. So whatever we have accomplished to date and whatever great progress has been made in the last 10, 15 years, we have to accelerate it and double or triple it over the next 20 years. Right? That's what we have to do in everything. Today, we have a few products that are world quality. And, there are several of them that we make. In engineering goods, we make among the best forgings in the world. We make auto components. My friend Deep tells me that we are making some of the best robots in the world in India, in Gurgaon, and just around here. But there's a few industries in which we have achieved that level of quality. There are many industries in which we have not, and we are still too used to saying products made in India for Indians don't need to be at the best quality. Let me ask you, but on the other hand, let me ask any of you, does any of you want a cheap, not high quality phone? Nobody really, everyone wants a cheap but high quality phone. Nobody wants poor quality phones. Once the Indian consumer has seen what quality is, they are not going back to poor quality. We've seen that in two-wheelers, where our quality is among the best in the world. We've seen that in cars. We're seeing that in phones. We're seeing that in in computers. So I think across the board, in goods and services, to be a developed nation, we have to improve the quality in all goods and services. You will notice I didn't say anything about accreditation. I said the goal is we have to improve quality. Accreditation is one methodology and tool to get us there. But let us never step back from what we want to achieve. We want to be the best quality in the world, or have world quality in all our goods and services. We have that in some of our healthcare, and we want to have it in all parts of healthcare. We have that in we have it in our telecom services today, where the price of data is among the lowest in the world, and the quality of service is as good as anywhere in the world. So we can achieve it in many things. And the role of all of you who are involved in quality is to use accreditation as a way to get us there. And I think that is the real challenge. I actually don't care whether we rank high in what IAF and ILC says. I think what really counts is what do the consumers in India and around the world say about the quality of India's goods and services. And that is the challenge I think that all of you have to take up. Whatever speed we have done over the last few years, I think we have to increase it dramatically. Whatever scale that we have achieved in the last few years in this, we have to improve it dramatically. So I'd encourage all of you to think about the broader picture and what role can we play in getting this done. And I want to give you a couple of examples of how this can be done. When COVID started, there was a huge need to have very high quality testing for COVID and ramp up the number of labs we had and ramp up the rate at which we were testing by a factor of 100 from what it was before COVID to now. But it had to be at a very high quality level, because you don't want to get the COVID test wrong. You would agree with that? You don't want to get it wrong. And I'm very happy to say that the entire Indian laboratory industry and NABL and QCI stepped up. And in a very short period of time, the number of labs that were able to offer high quality tests for COVID ramped up hugely. I don't know how many there were, but I think Venkat will mention how many we did. So when we need to, in the interests of the country, we are able to do it. And I would say we've shown it. And why can't we do this in every industry? Why can't we do this in every service? And I think that is the real challenge that I'm putting on you. I'm sure we'll be able to do it. I think every challenge that has been put in front of QCI and Venkat and Rajesh and Jakshay and others and Jeet, who was very involved in many of these, has been met. And so my challenge now is, over the next 15 to 25 years, to become a developed country, how do we make sure that the quality of all our goods and services get to the point of what we need for a developed country? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for doing these honors. Now we have a proud privilege to invite Sri Jakshay Shah, Chairman of Quality Council of India. Mr. Shah is an environmentalist, sustainability crusader, and he is working towards eco-friendly construction through renewable technology for the better planet. He holds a Bachelor's of Civil Engineering from LD College of Engineering, Gujarat University. He is a chairman of Association Western Region Development Council. He is a former chairman of Confederation of Real Estate Developer Association of India, that is CREDAI, and was also involved in CREDAI Clean City Mission, which focused on the pan-India vision for solid state management. And under his leadership, CREDAI joined the National Mission Housing for All by launching more than 375 affordable housing projects. He played a key role in CREDAI skill development program, which now trains more than 1 lakh of construction workers every year. And he is also instrumental in establishing CREDI UN and Youth Wing as an endeavor towards a gender equality in real estate. He also stands as an advisor and mentor at the Farm Easy Accelerator program. We are truly honored by your kind gesture of consenting to be the part of this event, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome sir with huge round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. So friends, I am new to this ecosystem. Already 6 महीने तो हो गए मेरा. But when I joined, I told Ravi, asked Ravi, and I was making a list of your short forms, NABCB, NABL, NABH. और पहले 10 दिन तक तो मैं खाली उसका full form सीख के आता था ऑफिस में. But I'm new to this ecosystem, but I'm not new to this quality movement of this India by the way of industry association also. But I firmly believe because we have to have a quality in our DNA, friends. And जब तक वो DNA में नहीं आएगा, and then we must know that also quality is not a costly thing. Quality is God believes in detailing. इतने लोगों को God ने बनाया है भगवान ने, कभी उसने quality में compromise नहीं किया है, to be very frank. But respected dignitaries, my friend, philosopher guide, Mr. Adil, respected Sanjeev ji, my partner in QCI, Mr. Ravi, our dynamic CEOs, Rajesh and Venkat, distinguished guests of the dais, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. I personally welcome you all on this momentous occasion of the World Accreditation Day today. We not only celebrate how things have changed for the better through our efforts in accreditation space, but also pause and analyze how we move ahead with given the changing dynamics in world trade. Friends, the theme of this year's event is accreditation supporting the future of global trade, a topic that is of utmost relevance in today's interconnected world, where a breakdown of a ship, आपको सबको पता होगा, in Suez Canal can price rise of a small mobile phone brought in a small village in India. Friends, one earth, one family, and one future needs to have quality as the bedrock, with accreditation playing a crucial role. As I look at it, accreditation and certification are not just ये खाली technical terms नहीं है, friends. They are the pillars of quality and trust. As we strive towards an Atmanirbhar Bharat, a self-reliant India, they ensure that our products and services are not just made in India, but made in India with the quality. जो लोग यहाँ पर डायस पर हमारे साथ बैठे हैं, आप लोग, हम सब मिलके, I think आने वाले साल में, जैसे आदिल ने भी बताया, रवि और सबने बताया, संजीव जी ने, जब तक मेड इन इंडिया ब्रांड एज इक्विवेलेंट टू ग्लोबल ब्रांड लाइक मेड इन जर्मनी और मेड इन जापान नहीं होंगे, तब तक हम चैन से नहीं बैठेंगे, फ्रेंड्स. एंड वी ऑल आर quite of a soldier for this quality march for this developed nation in India by 2047. Friends, accreditation helps us in facilitating global trade. Second, accreditation helps in building trust, objectivity, and impartiality. And of course, has to be compliance with standards. So the accreditation hence also ensures consumer protections and international recognition. I congratulate all of you, as even after being the youngest of India's 3 quality infrastructure QI pillars, the accreditation system has been ranked 5th globally. But this is, just as Sanjeev ji ne bataya, this is just a start, friends. As we move forward, We learn together. Of course, we learn, unlearn, and relearn also together. And here are some of the critical aspects which I believe will shape the quality ecosystem in coming years. First, awareness and understanding. Second, capacity building. Third, sector specific accreditations. मैं इसमें थोड़ा जोड़ दूंगा friends. We have made great strides in specific areas, but with sectors like artificial intelligence, blockchain, cybersecurity, renewable energy, we require specialized framework to address their unique challenges. QCI shall take up this as a challenge and engage with stakeholders going forward. Technological advancement provide a unique opportunity for us as we at QCI have embraced this. We are leveraging remote technology to improve audit outcomes, making the process more efficient and effective. This reduces cost and ensures that audits are conducted in a timely and thorough manner, even in the most remote parts of the country. And आपको पता होगा because now QCI is going to regional office and coming years, maybe Venkat and Rajesh and everybody, Ravi, in coming months, we are opening a regional branch in Calcutta, Bangalore, and Ahmedabad also. With this, the rise of India today, we have the rise of consumer. आपके समय में जब ग्राहक जागरूक हो जाता है, उसका भरोसा बनाए रखना महत्वपूर्ण है. A recent survey carried out by Business Sustainability, friends, the index revealed that two-thirds of the consumer are willing to pay more for sustainable products. Accreditation और सर्टिफिकेशन से हम अपने देश के उत्पादन और सेवन की गुणवत्ता को बढ़ा सकते हैं, जिससे उनका अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे प्रतिष्ठा बना रहेगा. They are key to realizing the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister for an Atmanirbhar and Viksit Bharat. Moving ahead, we must harness the power of accreditation to nurture a culture of quality and excellence. This entails instilling a sense of pride and responsibility among Indian businesses to continuously improve their processes, product, and services. Friends, the Quality Council of India stands committed to driving the vision forward. We will work tirelessly to promote accreditation, enhance awareness, strengthen capacity, and forge strategic partnership to propel India's growth story. Let us create a future where Indian businesses are globally recognized for their quality, reliability, and trustworthiness. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your inaugural address. Ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead, I would request now Shri N. Venkateswaran ji, CEO of NABL, for the vote of thanks. And prior to it, I would take the pleasure to introduce him. Mr. N. Venkateswaran, who has completed BE from Madurai Kamraj University and Masters of Science in Quality Management from BITS Pilani. He is having more than 25 of year experiences and out of which 9 years in industry and 16 years in NABL. He is also member of APEC PT Committee, Technical Committee, and member of ILAC Accreditation Committee, and also Arrangement Committee and Laboratory Committee. Mr. Venkateswaran has initiated the concept of Laboratory Conclave and PTP and RMP Conclave in India. Big round of applause for sir. Thank you, sir.
A very good morning, everyone. First, I would like to wish all of you a very happy World Accreditation Day. A vote of thanks is for the dais. And I should thank QCA Chairman Jagshesh sir. In a lot of inspirational things what we get after he has taken over. First one is on very much about time, and then about fitness. These are all some of the mantras what he has told us. Today, a lot of very important point about accreditation, how we need to do things and we need to be very serious onto the subject is what the message what he has given. Thank you so much, sir, on that. And actually, I also would like to thank Adil, sir, because always quality of life, improving quality of life is what we learned from him, and it's getting continued. And this time he has told us about every goods and services what we do, it needs to be taken up to the world level, and accreditation makes it sense. Thank you so much for that inspiring speech, sir. Should also thank JS DPIIT Sri Sanjeev ji. He started the Dil Mange More. So a lot of things again, he has made it open us that we need to work more on that. Certainly we will ensure that it's been done. I also actually wanted to thank Secretary General, because without his motivation or movement with us for all activities what we do, otherwise we will not be able to do it at time and on time also. So thank you so much, sir. And in fact, your point to us on how we need to improve upon, how we need to be friendly with the labs or for any conformity assessment body, we are doing our best and we'll certainly continue to do it, sir. So thanks to everyone, each one of you who have come and attending this WAD celebration in Delhi. This time, not only in Delhi, we are also doing it in Ahmedabad, Calcutta, Bangalore, Lucknow, Mumbai. There are 5 locations we are doing it, and this time around 2,000 people have got registered across the country. And here itself, around 300 plus people have come. That itself shows your support towards the accreditation system. I also need to thank a number of government dignitaries also have come, not naming them, but the same way, entire NABL team, NABCB team, QCI team fully. In fact, the time I went in, Dr. Atul Kochar, NABH CEO was there. And it was, we are getting introduction to our NABET CEO, Dr. Varinder Kanwar, and all other colleagues who are attending. Thank you so much onto your presence and being very much supportive onto this. It's not last or least. Always Rajesh has made a very big show this time with his team. And of course, our team led by Anuja on this side, and from NABCB, we could make all these particular arrangements and make this event a very big success. So thanks one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your vote of thanks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request both the CEOs to kindly honor by presenting a small sapling, that is a tulsi plant, as a token of gratitude to all the dignitaries on the dais. And as we all know, tulsi बहुत ही auspicious plant है, जो कि हमारे जीवन में बहुत ही happiness और wealth का प्रतीक होता है. So now I would request CEO NABCB Shri Rajesh Maheshwari ji to humbly present the token of this gratitude to Shri Adil Jainul Bhai, Chairman, a tulsi plant. Join your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. And now I would request CEO NABL Shri and Venkateshwaran ji to present this sapling to Shri Jaxi Sir, Chairman Quality Council of India. Shri Sanjeev ji. Now Rajesh sir to Jaxi sir. और वेंकट सर आप प्लीज एसजी सर को तुलसी प्लांट दे करके a sense of gratitude and token to him. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. And now I will request all the dignitaries, please come forward for a group picture. Thank you, sir. Thank you, all dignitaries on the dais. And we kindly invite all the attendees to join us for the refreshing tea break. And distinguished dignitaries and speakers are requested to proceed to the VIP long room for the tea break. And all the ladies and gentlemen, you are requested to please join us back at 11:30. So we will be starting our technical sessions out there. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Construction sector is a key engine for economic growth and infrastructural development. The built infrastructure that manufactures products and provides services intended for you. The house that you stay in, the buildings around you, the roads that you drive on. It's extremely critical that raw materials used in construction adhere to the highest standards of quality, safety, and reliability. Certifications, inspection, and testing conducted against the national or international standards by conformity assessment bodies such as certification bodies and inspection bodies build consumer confidence regarding these aspects. However, there is a need for an independent third-party internationally recognized national accreditation body to determine and validate the technical competence, impartiality, and consistent operations of such conformity assessment bodies. That's where the National Accreditation Board of Certification Bodies, or NABCB, plays an extremely important role as a national body in India by accrediting the various conformity assessment bodies. NABCB provides accreditation to certification bodies which then certify organizations for quality management systems, ISO 9001, Environment Management Systems, ISO 14001, and for Occupational Health and Safety Management Systems, OHSMS ISO 45001, Energy Management Systems, ENMS ISO 50001, important for the construction industry. Organizations certified to these management systems by competent certification bodies accredited by NABCB have a proactive framework for preventing and responding to health and safety incidents and systems to support the implementation of best practices related to the quality, environment, occupational health and safety, and energy. It also helps in demonstrating due diligence and regulatory compliance. NABCB provides accreditation to inspection bodies which then conduct independent inspections in various stages of construction projects such as design and stage-wise final and structural integrity inspections. NABCB provides accreditation to personnel certification bodies which then certify personnel for their skill and competence such as masons, plumbers, electricians, NDT professionals, welders, etc. as relevant to construction sector, thereby providing assurance on the certified persons for the desired functional roles. NABCB provides accreditation to validation and verification bodies which can help validate or verify the claims related to green buildings and sustainability aspects of construction. NABCB provides accreditation to product and process certification bodies which can help manufacturers for certification of their facilities manufacturing products critical to construction. Quality Council of India has taken an initiative by establishing an independent third-party voluntary ready-mix concrete plant certification scheme, which is a product and process certification scheme. It lays down in detail the requirements which the RMC plants must comply with. NABCB accredited certification bodies certify RMC plants for this scheme. Accredited conformity assessment bodies ensure that the quality systems, processes, personnel, materials and technology have been assessed, inspected or certified and are in compliance with the standard practices and national or international regulations as relevant. This prevents the potential project delays and failures, reduces the possibility of cost escalations and reworks, and aids the approval process. NABCB has secured the international equivalence of these accreditation schemes such as Management System Certification, Inspection Bodies, Product and Process Certification, Personnel Certification and Validation, and Verification, thereby ensuring that accredited conformity in construction is internationally recognized and accepted. NABCB accreditation helps remove the technical barriers to trade, thereby giving a competitive advantage to the Indian construction industry and facilitating access to global markets. NABCB accreditation minimizes the risk of fake, unauthentic, or fraudulent certificates. The NABCB logo on the accredited certificate provided by the conformity assessment bodies ensures that they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity. NABCB is committed to India's infrastructure development vision and is proud to be an integral part of this key sector. QCI and NABCB support Naya Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Construction sector is a key engine for economic growth and infrastructural development. The built infrastructure that manufactures products and provides services intended for you. The house that you stay in, the buildings around you, the roads that you drive on. It's extremely critical that raw materials used in construction adhere to the highest standards of quality, safety, and reliability. Certifications, inspection, and testing conducted against the national or international standards by conformity assessment bodies such as certification bodies and inspection bodies build consumer confidence regarding these aspects. However, there is a need for an independent third-party internationally recognized national accreditation body to determine and validate the technical competence, impartiality, and consistent operations of such conformity assessment bodies. That's where the National Accreditation Board of Certification Bodies, or NABCB, plays an extremely important role as a national body in India by accrediting the various conformity assessment bodies. NABCB provides accreditation to certification bodies which then certify organizations for quality management systems, ISO 9001, Environment Management Systems, ISO 14001, and for Occupational Health and Safety Management Systems, OHSMS ISO 45001, Energy Management Systems, ENMS ISO 50001, important for the construction industry. Organizations certified to these management systems by competent certification bodies accredited by NABCB have a proactive framework for preventing and responding to health and safety incidents and systems to support the implementation of best practices related to the quality, environment, occupational health and safety, and energy. It also helps in demonstrating due diligence and regulatory compliance. NABCB provides accreditation to inspection bodies which then conduct independent inspections in various stages of construction projects such as design and stage-wise final and structural integrity inspections. NABCB provides accreditation to personnel certification bodies which then certify personnel for their skill and competence such as masons, plumbers, electricians, NDT professionals, welders, etc. as relevant to construction sector, thereby providing assurance on the certified persons for the desired functional roles. NABCB provides accreditation to validation and verification bodies which can help validate or verify the claims related to green buildings and sustainability aspects of construction. NABCB provides accreditation to product and process certification bodies, which can help manufacturers for certification of their facilities manufacturing products critical to construction. Quality Council of India has taken an initiative by establishing an independent third-party voluntary ready-mix concrete plant certification scheme, which is a product and process certification scheme. It lays down in detail the requirements which the RMC plants must comply with. NABCB accredited certification bodies certify RMC plants for this scheme. Accredited conformity assessment bodies ensure that the quality systems, processes, personnel, materials and technology have been assessed, inspected or certified and are in compliance with the standard practices and national or international regulations as relevant. This prevents the potential project delays and failures, reduces the possibility of cost escalations and reworks, and aids the approval process. NABCB has secured the international equivalence of these accreditation schemes such as management system certification, inspection bodies, product and process certification, personal certification and validation, and verification, thereby ensuring that accredited conformity in construction is internationally recognized and accepted. NABCB accreditation helps remove the technical barriers to trade, thereby giving a competitive advantage to the Indian construction industry and facilitating access to global markets. NABCB accreditation minimizes the risk of fake, unauthentic or fraudulent certificates. The NABCB logo on the accredited certificate provided by the conformity assessment bodies ensures that they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity. NABCB is committed to India's infrastructure development vision and is proud to be an integral part of this key sector. QCI and NABCB support Naya Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Construction sector is a key engine for economic growth and infrastructural development. The built infrastructure that manufactures products and provides services intended for you. The house that you stay in, the buildings around you, the roads that you drive on. It's extremely critical that raw materials used in construction adhere to the highest standards of quality, safety and reliability. Certifications, inspection, and testing conducted against the national or international standards by conformity assessment bodies such as certification bodies and inspection bodies build consumer confidence regarding these aspects. However, there is a need for an independent third-party internationally recognized national accreditation body to determine and validate the technical competence, impartiality, and consistent operations of such conformity assessment bodies. That's where the National Accreditation Board of Certification Bodies, or NABCB, plays an extremely important role as a national body in India by accrediting the various conformity assessment bodies. NABCB provides accreditation to certification bodies which then certify organizations for quality management systems, ISO 9001, environment management systems, ISO 14001, and for occupational health and safety management systems, OHSMS ISO 45001, Energy Management Systems ENMS ISO 50001, important for the construction industry. Organizations certified to these management systems by competent certification bodies accredited by NABCB have a proactive framework for preventing and responding to health and safety incidents and systems to support the implementation of best practices related to the quality, environment, occupational health and safety, and energy. It also helps in demonstrating due diligence and regulatory compliance. NABCB provides accreditation to inspection bodies which then conduct independent inspections in various stages of construction projects such as design and stage-wise final and structural integrity inspections. NABCB provides accreditation to personnel certification bodies, which then certify personnel for their skill and competence such as masons, plumbers, electricians, NDT professionals, welders, etc. as relevant to construction sector, thereby providing assurance on the certified persons for the desired functional roles. NABCB provides accreditation to validation and verification bodies, which can help validate or verify the claims related to green buildings and sustainability aspects of construction. NABCB provides accreditation to product and process certification bodies, which can help manufacturers for certification of their facilities manufacturing products critical to construction. Quality Council of India has taken an initiative by establishing an independent third-party voluntary ready-mix concrete plant certification scheme, which is a product and process certification scheme. It lays down in detail the requirements which the RMC plants must comply with. NABCB accredited certification bodies certify RMC plants for this scheme. Accredited conformity assessment bodies ensure that the quality systems, processes, personnel, materials and technology have been assessed, inspected or certified and are in compliance with the standard practices and national or international regulations as relevant. This prevents the potential project delays and failures, reduces the possibility of cost escalations and reworks, and aids the approval process. NABCB has secured the international equivalence of these accreditation schemes such as management system certification, inspection bodies, product and process certification, personnel certification and validation, and verification, thereby ensuring that accredited conformity in construction is internationally recognized and accepted. NABCB accreditation helps remove the technical barriers to trade, thereby giving a competitive advantage to the Indian construction industry and facilitating access to global markets. NABCB accreditation minimizes the risk of fake, unauthentic or fraudulent certificates. The NABCB logo on the accredited certificate provided by the conformity assessment bodies ensures that they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity. NABCB is committed to India's infrastructure development vision and is proud to be an integral part of this key sector. QCI and NABCB support Naya Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Construction sector is a key engine for economic growth and infrastructural development. The built infrastructure that manufactures products and provides services intended for you. The house that you stay in, the buildings around you, the roads that you drive on. It's extremely critical that raw materials used in construction adhere to the highest standards of quality, safety and reliability. Certifications, inspection and testing conducted against the national or international standards by conformity assessment bodies such as certification bodies and inspection bodies build consumer confidence regarding these aspects. However, there is a need for an independent third-party internationally recognized national accreditation body to determine and validate the technical competence, impartiality and consistent operations of such conformity assessment bodies. That's where the National Accreditation Board of Certification Bodies, or NABCB, plays an extremely important role as a national body in India by accrediting the various conformity assessment bodies. NABCB provides accreditation to certification bodies which then certify organizations for quality management systems, ISO 9001, Environment Management Systems, ISO 14001, and for Occupational Health and Safety Management Systems, OHSMS ISO 45001, Energy Management Systems ENMS ISO 50001, important for the construction industry. Organizations certified to these management systems by competent certification bodies accredited by NABCB have a proactive framework for preventing and responding to health and safety incidents and systems to support the implementation of best practices related to the quality, environment, occupational health and safety, and energy. It also helps in demonstrating due diligence and regulatory compliance. NABCB provides accreditation to inspection bodies which then conduct independent inspections in various stages of construction projects such as design and stage-wise final and structural integrity inspections. NABCB provides accreditation to personnel certification bodies which then certify personnel for their skill and competence such as masons, plumbers, electricians, NDT professionals, welders, etc. as relevant to construction sector, thereby providing assurance on the certified persons for the desired functional roles. NABCB provides accreditation to validation and verification bodies which can help validate or verify the claims related to green buildings and sustainability aspects of construction. NABCB provides accreditation to product and process certification bodies which can help manufacturers for certification of their facilities manufacturing products critical to construction. Quality Council of India has taken an initiative by establishing an independent third-party voluntary ready-mix concrete plant certification scheme, which is a product and process certification scheme. It lays down in detail the requirements which the RMC plants must comply with. NABCB accredited certification bodies certify RMC plants for this scheme. Accredited conformity assessment bodies ensure that the quality systems, processes, personnel, materials and technology have been assessed, inspected or certified and are in compliance with the standard practices and national or international regulations as relevant. This prevents the potential project delays and failures, reduces the possibility of cost escalations and reworks, and aids the approval process. NABCB has secured the international equivalence of these accreditation schemes such as management system certification, inspection bodies, product and process certification, personnel certification and validation, and verification, thereby ensuring that accredited conformity in construction is internationally recognized and accepted. NABCB accreditation helps remove the technical barriers to trade, thereby giving a competitive advantage to the Indian construction industry and facilitating access to global markets. NABCB accreditation minimizes the risk of fake, unauthentic or fraudulent certificates. The NABCB logo on the accredited certificate provided by the conformity assessment bodies ensures that they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity. NABCB is committed to India's infrastructure development vision and is proud to be an integral part of this key sector. QCI and NABCB support Naya Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Construction sector is a key engine for economic growth and infrastructural development. The built infrastructure that manufactures products and provides services intended for you. The house that you stay in, the buildings around you, the roads that you drive on. It's extremely critical that raw materials used in construction adhere to the highest standards of quality, safety, and reliability. Certifications, inspection, and testing conducted against the national or international standards by conformity assessment bodies such as certification bodies and inspection bodies build consumer confidence regarding these aspects. However, there is a need for an independent third-party internationally recognized national accreditation body to determine and validate the technical competence, impartiality, and consistent operations of such conformity assessment bodies. That's where the National Accreditation Board of Certification Bodies, or NABCB, plays an extremely important role as a national body in India by accrediting the various conformity assessment bodies. NABCB provides accreditation to certification bodies which then certify organizations for quality management systems, ISO 9001, environment management systems, ISO 14001, and for occupational health and safety management systems, OHSMS ISO 45001, Energy Management Systems, ENMS ISO 50001, important for the construction industry. Organizations certified to these management systems by competent certification bodies accredited by NABCB have a proactive framework for preventing and responding to health and safety incidents and systems to support the implementation of best practices related to the quality, environment, occupational health and safety, and energy. It also helps in demonstrating due diligence and regulatory compliance. NABCB provides accreditation to inspection bodies which then conduct independent inspections in various stages of construction projects such as design and stage-wise final and structural integrity inspections. NABCB provides accreditation to personnel certification bodies which then certify personnel for their skill and competence such as masons, plumbers, electricians, NDT professionals, welders, etc. as relevant to construction sector, thereby providing assurance on the certified persons for the desired functional roles. NABCB provides accreditation to validation and verification bodies which can help validate or verify the claims related to green buildings and sustainability aspects of construction. NABCB provides accreditation to product and process certification bodies which can help manufacturers for certification of their facilities manufacturing products critical to construction. Quality Council of India has taken an initiative by establishing an independent third-party voluntary ready-mix concrete plant certification scheme, which is a product and process certification scheme. It lays down in detail the requirements which the RMC plants must comply with. NABCB accredited certification bodies certify RMC plants for this scheme. Accredited conformity assessment bodies ensure that the quality systems, processes, personnel, materials and technology have been assessed, inspected or certified and are in compliance with the standard practices and national or international regulations as relevant. This prevents the potential project delays and failures, reduces the possibility of cost escalations and reworks, and aids the approval process. NABCB has secured the international equivalence of these accreditation schemes such as management system certification, inspection bodies, product and process certification, personnel certification and validation, and verification, thereby ensuring that accredited conformity in construction is internationally recognized and accepted. NABCB accreditation helps remove the technical barriers to trade, thereby giving a competitive advantage to the Indian construction industry and facilitating access to global markets. NABCB accreditation minimizes the risk of fake, unauthentic or fraudulent certificates. The NABCB logo on the accredited certificate provided by the conformity assessment bodies ensures that they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity. NABCB is committed to India's infrastructure development vision and is proud to be an integral part of this key sector. QCI and NABCB support Naya Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Construction sector is a key engine for economic growth and infrastructural development. The built infrastructure that manufactures products and provides services intended for you. The house that you stay in, the buildings around you, the roads that you drive on. It's extremely critical that raw materials used in construction adhere to the highest standards of quality, safety, and reliability. Certifications, inspection, and testing conducted against the national or international standards by conformity assessment bodies such as certification bodies and inspection bodies build consumer confidence regarding these aspects. However, there is a need for an independent third-party internationally recognized national accreditation body to determine and validate the technical competence, impartiality, and consistent operations of such conformity assessment bodies. That's where the National Accreditation Board of Certification Bodies, or NABCB, plays an extremely important role as a national body in India by accrediting the various conformity assessment bodies. NABCB provides accreditation to certification bodies which then certify organizations for quality management systems, ISO 9001, environment management systems, ISO 14001, and for occupational health and safety management systems, OHSMS ISO 45001, Energy Management Systems, ENMS ISO 50001, important for the construction industry. Organizations certified these management systems by competent certification.
Now I would like to invite all the dignitaries on the dais, please. Deep Kapuria, sir, Chairman NABCB. He will be chair of this session, Technical 1. Please, sir. Ms. Jyoti Yadav, Director, Department of Commerce. Ma'am, please. Shri Rajneesh Khoshla, Scientist Staff, Bureau of Indian Standard. Please take your seat on the dais. Shri Asim Sahuji, Deputy Director, Controller India, CDSCO. Please, sir. And Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, Deputy Director, FSSI. Welcome on the stage. I welcome you all distinguished speakers on the dais. And now we are beginning our technical session 1. And to begin with, I will request CEO NABCB, Mr. Maheshwari, to welcome them with a token of gratitude and affection, that is rose and flower bouquet, which is always a symbol of peace and harmony and freshness in the life. Sir, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hand together to welcome Mr. Deep Kapuria, Chairman NABCB. Ms. Jyoti Yadav, Director, Department of Commerce. Shri Rajneesh Khoshla, Scientist Staff, Bureau of Indian Standards. Shri Asim Sahu, Deputy Director, Controller, India, CDSCO. And Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, Deputy Director, FSSI, Food Safety Standard Authority of India. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for doing this honor to welcome all the dignitaries of the Technical Session 1. Friends, now this is the technical session whose theme is standard and technical regulation supporting global trade. We have Shri Kapuria ji, Deep Kapuria ji, the chairman of NABCB, he was, and who will provide the introductory remark as a session chair. And prior to that, I would take a pleasure to introduce him. Mr. Kapuria is a chairman of high-tech group of companies. He was our chairman, NABCB chairman, and also he is a chairman of Global Innovation and Technical Alliance, GITA, a public-private partnership company promotedly joined by the Technology Development Board, TDB, Department of Science and Technology. And also Mr. Kapuria has held eminent positions in industry associations and government bodies. Currently, Mr. Kapuria is a chairman of other national boards like co-chair of CIE National Council on International Trade Policy and the chairman of CII Regional Committees on Central Europe. He has completed the schooling at Mayo College, Ajmer, before graduating with the engineering degree from BITS Pilani. He holds an advancement management program from Indian Institute of Management, that is IIM Ahmedabad, and he is also alumnus of Harvard Business School, USA. Sir, may I request you to provide the remark to the session?
Very good noon to each and every one of you. We seem to have lost a couple of the participants to the tea and nice snacks which were getting served. But nevertheless, a very, very happy Accreditation Day to each and every one of you. It's a privilege to address this technical session on the 16th celebration of the World Accreditation Day, which has been made very special this year as it coincides with the India's presidency of G20. It's a matter of dual pride for this event as it's co-hosted by NABCB, and Rajesh, its CEO, has been elected as a director on board of IAF and also chairs the IAF Database Management Committee. Incidentally, his nomination in several other bodies, including being an elected member of APAC Executive Committee and nomination to IAF Sustainability Task Force, is in fact a larger endorsement of the great work that is being done by NABCB. This technical session, with a focus on standards and technical regulation to support global trade, is rather opportune too. Opportune for we as a country, being the fifth largest economy with an aspiration to be the third, would need significant growth in cross-border trade in both goods and services. I would highlight some parts of this aspects later in my address as well. Let me also underscore the point that if some pertinent points are noted in this proceedings, whether it's the technical session or otherwise, could also have an opportunity to be fed into the recommendations of G20 as standards and technical regulations are relevant across many tracks. Let me attempt briefly to set the context by touching upon some very critical aspects on how international trade in recent years has evolved, including some of the very profound and disruptive impacts, especially post-pandemic, accentuated by the geopolitical polarization on trade tensions and the burnt of the ongoing Ukraine conflict. I would put forth some thoughts on how this turbulence may be navigated to address some of the restrictive trade practices to the growth of trade, which needs to be more inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. Finally, I shall share some of my suggestions on how standards and technical regulations and compliances could be an enabling and facilitating factor for businesses, regulators, policymakers to achieve much needed growth in global trade. Considering the fact that the recent shocks of global trading ecosystem has resulted in a structural shift which has even decelerated the programs of clean energy and resulted in even major setbacks to the SDGs. One of the drivers of the shift has been disruption of supply chains, which are yet to be normalized. The fallout of this tectonic change is seeing countries and businesses putting efforts to de-risk the future by laying greater emphasis on self-reliance, reducing dependence on offshoring and outsourcing. It's being observed that numerous countries have also followed it up with moves of behind the border measures and policy initiatives to regulate trade flows. Thus, in the recent times, we are witnessing an ever increasing rise of non tariff measures such as TBTs and other such in the garbs of standards on environment, labor, carbon neutrality, and other such compliance requirements. I must stress that the other mega driver, which has accounted for the structural shift, is technology, adoption of which was accelerated during the pandemic. I would also say that the net impact of it all is digital trade has taken unprecedented growth, especially in the services. There's also been an advent of various applications like smart tech and Industry 4.0 technologies, which encompass both goods and services. The change is an important feature that's likely to emerge because of digitalization and growth of digital trade, which is now being termed as servification of manufacturing value chains. In a rapidly changing global economic scenario where borders are blurred and markets transcend the national boundaries, it's imperative for businesses to navigate complex web of regulation and standards that vary from one country to the other. Standards provide a common language and a shared framework that enables businesses to communicate effectively and ensure that the product and services meet certain quality and safety requirements. By adhering to the internationally recognized standards, businesses demonstrate their commitment to excellence and gain the trust of not only the consumers, trading partners, and reduce the risk of the technical barriers to trade. These standards foster transparency, cooperation, and confidence in the global trading system. Given this emerging global environment to the global trade to an aspirational level and build it to a resilience of supply chains without losing the focus on sustainability issues, we would require countries and businesses to embrace concepts of green economy, initiatives such as green logistics, climate resilient infrastructure, and adoption of ESG principles. It is bound to lead to greater emphasis on technical regulations and standards and their harmonization. It could only happen with a capacity building requisite infrastructure and support of regulatory ecosystem, including conformity and accreditation institutions. Developing nations often struggle with a lack of adequate infrastructure and limited resources, which include also the technical gaps. By embracing international standards, businesses can help bridge these gaps by facilitating and transfer of technologies from the G7 countries with knowledge and expertise. I think important and underlying issue here is that the developing economies also need to give time to the developing nations and financial support before they ask for harmonization of standards. As an example, we in India already have a framework of potential and a robust quality infrastructure with its core components such as BIS for standards, technical regulations and regulators such as FSSAI, CPCB, BEE, which provide the technical regulations, QCI, and constituents like NABCB, NABL for accreditations, and NPL for metrology. However, there's a scope of enhancing the strength and the government policies and the structural framework to overcome constraints which would help successful national coordination and oversight by leveraging the national quality infrastructure. While industry sectors such as pharma, automobiles, marine foods are successful examples where India has made significant dent in the global markets. However, there are many other sectors which are deficient in terms of regulatory compliances and conformity requirements of importing countries. As you are aware, post-pandemic recovery of India saw a historical growth in exports. During the FY22, history was created by crossing more than $400 billion mark in merchandise export, an all-time high in services exports. In this, momentum has continued in the last fiscal. However, going forth, if we are to aspire to a daunting achievement target of $2 trillion of merchandise and service exports by 2030, this requires preparation of Indian industries and specifically the MSMEs in the value chain to upgrade to standards and even understand technical regulations to integrate them into the GVCs, which is possibly an imperative. In this context, the role of standard setting, making them mandatory through technical regulations, further ensures compliances with very robust accreditation bodies is extremely critical. In recent months, we have seen an increase in the momentum of BIS and relevant line ministries notifying quality control order across sectors. As of today, approximately 500 products are under mandatory certification. If more products are being brought under mandatory certification, parallelly, the role of conformity assessment bodies will expand. Let me put forth a few pertinent recommendations for being future ready. Given changes that I spoke about, the standards and conformity assessment is a key enabler to expand the participation in the GVCs and global trade, which is, as I said, an imperative for India's growth. We need to recognize that adoption of technology and innovation, such as AI, cyber physical systems, and supporting hardware is the future. What is critical here is interoperability amongst actors and heterogeneous systems such as sensors and cyber physical systems to actually interface with each other. And that requires technical standards. So effective regulatory framework and common standards based on international best practices are needed so manufacturers are able to focus on competitiveness, innovation, and growth of these mega opportunities which are presented to developing nations, specifically to the Indian industry. Let me also bring forth the clamor of carbon neutrality and circular economy, which is gaining ground, especially from the G7. The developing world would need to devise country-specific standards as it is true for India and other emerging economies, and any delay would create barriers to trade and pose challenges to exporters, especially sectors which are already doing well. The complexity, uncertainty, and the volatility of the supply chains, which is still in a state of flux and shall be there for the near future as well, a regulatory ecosystem would have to have a mechanism for real-time response. For India, one single national accreditation system and oversight of conformity assessment bodies seems to be the order of the day. It may really help to set up an overarching national quality policy addressing quality infrastructure and an inbuilt framework of review, which may also include regulatory impact analysis linked to regular monitoring and evaluation of technical regulations, which then can be a quick response mechanism to cater to the global opportunities which we as a country need to be competitive and actually leverage the global markets. Once again, thanking you all for the attention and wishing you the very best for the World Accreditation Day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful remark for the session. And now I will take privilege to introduce all the speaker of this technical session one before handing over to Kapuria sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, my first speaker is Shri Rajneesh Ghoshla ji, who is from Bureau of Indian Standard, who will discuss the impact of harmonized standard in reducing technical barriers to trade. And then we have Shri Asim Sahu ji, who is a Deputy Director, Deputy Drug Controller CDSCO, who will share insight on standards and technical regulation, who facilitate and facilitating a quality infrastructure as a whole in a healthcare. We have with us Ms. Jyoti Yadav, Director of Department of Commerce, who will shed light on the standards and technical regulations that supports global trade. And as we know that today theme of our World Accreditation Day is accreditation supporting the future of global trade. So she will shed light on standards and technical regulation as well as how this accreditation is going to help to support the global trade. And also we have with us Dr. Pawan Singh, who is a Deputy Director of FSSI, which is a Food Safety Standard Authority of India and a regulator in India for food, who will enlighten us the role of standards, regulations, supporting food safety and trade. So I welcome all the session members today, and I will hand over to Kapuria sir to take the initiative for this session one by one. Thank you, and over to you, sir.
I was hoping that you would help me conduct and introduce the speaker.
Okay, sir.
Please continue to do that. You did a phenomenal job at the inaugural session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, sir.
Deprive of that kind of qualitative announcement that you did.
सर आपका ये आपके शब्दों से जरूर प्रोत्साहन मिलता है. Thank you very much, sir. And I will definitely not let you down. And now I will request Ms. Jyoti Yadav, Director of Department of Commerce. Ma'am, please, we want you to discuss something on the standard and technical regulation. And as a part of ministry and this aura in national paradigm, please help us to understand how we are going to help this and how we are supporting the global trade. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody, and my friends and co-colleagues on the dais. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So this is a topic so close now to my heart. In fact, my son teased me ki you are doing SPS TBT all the time. So that's why I'm being called in all the standard session where they want somebody to speak on standards and technical regulation. But I feel privileged to be here on World Accreditation Day. And as we all know that standard technical regulation, conformity assessment, and market surveillance is part of a quality ecosystem or regulatory ecosystem, as we call it. Though we have certain elements of that in place, and certain elements are in the process of being put in place, and this task become more important increasingly as we are issuing a lot of QCOs these days. QCOs is the quality control orders, and mostly we take them as synonymous with one ministry, but I think majority of the ministries are issuing technical regulations these days. So in that background and in that context, this become increasingly important. And another factor which add importance to having in place a quality ecosystem or a regulatory ecosystem is that we are engaging in a lot of FTA negotiation these days. And in recent time, India has already signed an FTA with UAE, Australia, that's being done and in public place. And already 3 negotiations are going on: India, UK, India, EU, India, Canada, and Australia has also been a second phase of India-Australia negotiation has also been launched. So with these two things in background, the quality ecosystem becomes very, very important. And standard and technical regulation is something that we are little bit aware of, but today I'll focus more on conformity assessment, because technical regulation we are putting in place, and to ensure that the technical regulation that we are putting in place is implemented. Because when we make anything legal, you have to have a mechanism in place to ensure that that legal aspect is complied with. Uh, Otherwise it's gone wasted. So that part is done by conformity assessment body, conformity assessment procedures. And in conformity assessment, accreditation has a big role to play. And increasingly, because we are going to issue number of QCOs, uh, with that, we have one national accreditation body, and in that there are various boards: NABL, NABCB, NABH. And I'll focus more on NABCB and NABL because they are increasingly used as conformity assessment, as a mode of conformity assessment in QCOs. The cabinet note establishing QCI has a encourage language which says that there will be one accreditation body, national accreditation body. However, there is no ban or restriction on having more than one accreditation body, that too in private sector. And now we are seeing a lot of private accreditation bodies are also coming. And what is happening, that there is no definite structure in place, and which is making the task of national accreditation bodies difficult, because there are fake certificates that's being issued. We all have, because we deal with this area, so we all know that there are instances where this has come to light. Uh, and uh, and another aspect is that if I'm a private accreditation body, my mandate is to earn more and more profit. I'm not driven by quality, so I may relax my norm to suit a particular market or to suit a private clientele. So that oversight or that supervision is not there. And whether in a country like India we want more than one accreditation body to do the certification and testing, we need to take a policy decision. Once we are sure that yes, we want to do it, and then there are private accreditation body coming in this sphere, then it's okay. We are fine with it because this is coming as we wanted it to be. But it should not be the case that we are not sure as a national accreditation body or as a QCI, we are not sure whether we want it or we don't want it. And in the meantime, when we are thinking or evaluating or still contemplating, there are private accreditation body that have occupied the space. Then it will become difficult for us to manage them. So this challenge is still at the initial stage. So we need to put in place a mechanism which can take care of this concern. And this makes the task little challenging in an FTA, because if, let's say, in an FTA we say generally, which is the case, that countries in an FTA seek an MRA among the national accreditation body, and with that MRA, I can accept the lab certificate issued by my MRA partner country and vice versa. However, in the absence of any regulatory policy in place, what is happening, that each regulator is having its own accreditation policy or accreditation mechanism in place. If a regulator X is saying that I will accept the certificate from any IAF or ILAC MRA signatory conformity assessment body, then I can't give that concession in FTA, because there's nothing special that that FTA partner is getting, because that concession is given to any ILAC, IAF, MRA country. So that part is gone. So there is no concession that we can seek in an FTA Secondly, the regulatory regime in the country itself become very variable, and which may become difficult even to the regulator itself to regulate over a period of time. So there is a need that we define this space which is emerging very fast, define all the components of this accreditation space, that whether we want one accreditation body or more than one accreditation body, whether they can have a private accreditation body, what are the rules for the private accreditation bodies, or we don't want it, then an oversight mechanism over the conformity assessment bodies being accredited by these accreditation body. So this mechanism has to be put in place and conveyed very clearly to the regulator that this is the national accreditation policy, and you cannot go beyond that, because if it is a national accreditation policy, then all the regulator will have to follow it, and then it will become more systematic for all the regulators to follow. And if we think and assume that regulator will have its own understanding and they are going to define the contours of accreditation, then they have no interest in doing that. They will do it as per their own understanding. So in that context, I'll request QCI, because this is an emerging challenge, and with each day the challenge is becoming bigger and bigger in its dimension. So the earlier we start thinking and we start putting in place and we start discussing with the stakeholders, because you can't come out with something without discussion with the stakeholders. So we should start discussing with the stakeholders, and then we should define the holistic national accreditation policy and put in place a holistic mechanism covering all the aspects of national accreditation policy. And I think NABCB or QCI is well aware of ILAC and IAF norms in cross frontier accreditation. So ILAC and IAF also support that accreditation should not be happening in a cross frontier. So it should not be the case that in India there are accreditation body from US, UK, Japan, Canada, and they are accrediting conformity assessment bodies in India, and they are catering to their own market. So there's no point of having NABCB, NABL, and then the accreditation bodies of whole world sitting in India. Then there's no point of having an MRA with ILAC and IAF. Then the international standard to which we are complying with, or all the accreditation body across the world are complying with, then there's no point or no relevance of that. So we should stick to the broader mandate of ILAC and IAF, and then put in place a national accreditation policy. So that's what my suggestion would be. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a wonderful insight, and I'm very happy. And I think everybody who is sitting down the line and attendees and who are listening. Please, sir.
I think this point which you brought out has been on our mind for a very long time. And at the inaugural, she actually spoke about it in a very powerful way to say that we actually need to understand, and none of the countries that we are getting into FTA, etc., have this multiple kind of accreditation bodies. While and the reciprocity which is either accorded to the labs or to even our standards, and even the issues of harmonization are very tricky, like what you rightly said. And we have been recommending very strongly to your department and to DPIIT and to the minister himself to take a call on this, because we do need to curb this fraudulent way of operations which we all know are there. So thank you so much for supporting our cause.
Thank you.
And please keep supporting it in the ministry as well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for adding the points which you feel from the other side. Thank you very much, sir. And now I have a privilege to invite Rajneesh Koshlaji, who is a scientist from Bureau of Indian Standard, who will discuss the impact of harmonized standard in reducing technical barriers to trade, which is a very important and crucial role in the economy. Over to you.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and members of the August gathering,
A very good afternoon to you and wishing you a World Accreditation Day. Uh, the the standards are defining the rules of the trade today.
Please bring your
So
presentation.
the standards are defining the rules of the trade today. Now, do we want others? Do we want our people to write the rules? So this is how important participation in international standards and then harmonizing the standards, that is basically adopting the international standards as Indian standards has become. So harmonization of standards can play a wonderful role in ensuring that in the world we have one standard, one test for one product. The ultimate aim of all international organizations, standardization organization, is that the free flow of trade should be there, and for that we should have only one standard for one product and one test. So this will ensure free flow of trade. So harmonization of standards is very important. However, if the India's point of view is not put in the international standard and we do not participate in international standardization, the purpose will be defeated because we'll be adopting some standards where India's industry view is not there, and the international standard would be a European standard, or where the European have put industry has put up their view, or a American industry has put up their view, but the Indian industry has not put up a view. So in my presentation, I will try to touch upon these topics. Uh, as you all know that I am from BIS, Bureau of Indian Standard, which is a national standard body of India. So we started in 1946. We were made the national standard body of India. Next. So the standards that are made, international standards, are made on the 6 principles of WTO, that is transparency. Transparency is that all information that goes into participation in the standardization process, because standard, as you know, is not made by the national standard body. We are just who make the technical specification. After the thorough public consultation happens, only then the standards come into being. So the principles of international standardization is transparency, where all essential information should be accessible to all parties. Openness, that the membership should be open to all. There should not be any financial barrier to membership. There should be there should not be a group of people who are basically ensuring that the standard is made for a particular group of companies. So impartiality and consensus is a very great part of international standardization. So to ensure that, like BIS is a member body with ISO as well as IEC. So in order to ensure that, ISO and IEC have put one country, one vote, so that each country has a single vote and they can have their contribution made in the standards. Next. Then the fourth principle is effectiveness and relevance. So the principle says that the standards then the development dimension is there, that the developing countries who do not have the necessary infrastructure must be supported. So all these 6 principles are there. So why these 6 principles are needed? Because the WTO TBT agreement says that whenever a technical regulation, which we call a QCO, standards should be referred. And that is why if we participate in the international making of the international standard from the word go, when a new work item is proposed in ISO and IEC at international level, we as a national body, our experts start participating from then on and ensure that all the conditions of the Indian industry, point of views of Indian industry is put up in the international standard itself. Then it is very easy for us to adopt the standard when the final version comes out. Like I told you, the TBT agreements requires that where international standard exists or their completion is imminent, the standardization body shall use them or relevant part as basis of the standard it develops. So harmonized standards and then making the technical regulation of the harmonized standard can serve the purpose of free flow of trade throughout the world, provided the harmonized standards are adopted only and only when our experts have participated in the international standardization work from the word go. In Germany, when I talked to their national standard body, they said that in the electrotechnical sector, they have stopped making national standards. They are basically working with IEC in 95% of the cases and ensuring that the international standard is made, which is in tune with the German conditions. So this is the aim that we should also carry. So the benefits of harmonized standards is, I've already told you, the rationalization of resources, the dissemination of international best practices, and the other thing is that our industry will become ready. When we are following international standards, our industry is following, our own people will get products of international quality, as well as our exports will also be considered as quality products. Next. So we at BIS are engaging in this. We have harmonized more than 80% of our Indian standards wherever corresponding ISO IEC standards are available. We have also ensuring that we participate in the international standardization work. We cannot participate, we can only facilitate that the experts in their regular field, in the field that are through national standardization, our national experts can participate at the international level, at ISO IEC level, so that they can help in creating international standard that can be adopted as national standard. And this is basically the meaning of harmonization, that when we adopt the international standard as national standard. Next. So I'll just give you an example. Even the international standard bodies are realizing that there are certain technological problems, some geographical problems, which are there. And so in the international standard, they have introduced, like IEC has introduced, a global relevance toolbox, which is basically that the national specific requirement which are there due to geographical condition, like IEC standard are basically standards which are looking after electrotechnical sector. So they have in their test method given that all tests will be carried out at 20 degrees ambient. But in a hot country like India, where we have the ambient temperature as 27 degree, it is very difficult for us to achieve the 20 degree. I think a lot of national wastage in operating the air conditioning system would be there in all the laboratories if we are to achieve that. So they have in their standards, I think the print is very small, but I can assure you that they have introduced country specific changes, that these are the changes that are there. They have put up an annexure that for Japan, like they have taken that the ambient condition for test would be 25 plus minus 10. For India, it will be 27 plus minus 5. For European country, it may be 20 degrees. Okay. So next. So we are basically having standards which are based, our QCOs, which are based on harmonized Indian standards. As you can see, we have brought out the quality control order on toys, which are based on totally on the harmonized international standards. Next. So I thank you for giving me an opportunity, and I wish you again a very happy National Accreditation Day.
Thank you, Rajneeshji. A big round of applause for him. And thank you so much for setting the context of Indian scenario, for setting the standard and how it impacts the global trade. And now we are inviting Ashim Sahuji, who is a Deputy Drug Controller CDSCO, to share insight on its standards and technical regulations, please.
So thank you, ma'am.
If I may just interject, how much time do we have? Because you have another session.
Yes, sir, we are running short of time.
Sure.
Give us the hard stop. How much time?
Sir, I will request everybody to keep all the presentation within 5 minutes, please, not more than 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
We'll try to finish whatever the topic given to me within the timeline. So first of all, I welcome all of you, respected chair, speakers on the dais, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My pleasure to be here in this special day on the World Accreditation Day. My best wishes, and we know the role of the accreditation on this particular days. The theme we are already understand, and the gaps we have to see that the issue regarding the quality and regulatory technical standards that India, if you see the India as in the healthcare products, if you talk about the drugs, the India is a pharmacy of the world. We are exporting our drugs to more than 200 countries, and we have lot of that confidence on our healthcare products when we are exporting that our products to the major countries like USA, Europe, and Australia and other countries. So potential of the India, we all understand that, and we have the certain limitations as far as technical regulation is concerned. So I will brief that in my presentation within the time. The significance of the day, we are aware. I am not taking much time on this. Now come to the next accreditation. Also, we know the importance, need, and procedure of the and outcome of the accreditations. Now, next, the standards and technical regulation. If you compare the standards and technical regulation, only issue is the standards is maybe non-mandatory, but the technical regulation is a mandatory. Once the standards incorporated in the technical regulation, it would made mandatory. So these two are the important tools in for the quality improvement and the patient safety. And also these tools are protect the human health and your patient safety. So standards, if you see in India, standards there are in the healthcare products, so many bodies are there. For Indian Pharmacopoeial Commission is there, that is making the standards for the drugs and pharmaceuticals as well as the biologicals. BIS already sir has explained the medical device and cosmetics and other consumer products. All the standard is setting up by the BIS only. Food products, saying expert is there. He will give the brief for Ayurveda product and homeopathic products, that PCIMH, that is Pharmacopoeial Commission of India of medicine and homeopathic. They are the standard setting agency for the standards. If you see the technical regulations, the technical regulation is the important part. The regulation, if you see in country, as far as the healthcare products, the Drugs and Cosmetic Act rules are there, that under which we are regulating most of the medical healthcare products. The drugs, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, and medical devices are regulated under that regulations. Globally, you are aware that the regulations are done by the competent authority and notified or designated by the ministry of that particular country, government of that country.
for regulation of the drugs. If you see the globally, CDSO in India is the regulatory authority, US FDA in USA, Japan PMDA, Australia TGA, and Health Canada in the Canada. MHR in the UK and the European agency, there are certain that individual member country have the authority to identify the regulation. For the medical devices, in India also the CDSO is the authority. Food, the FSI is the authority to regulate all the food products. So the regulation, our regulation is started since 1945. The regulation is as on date, it is 1945 Act, Drugs and Cosmetic Act. Thereafter, a lot of changes we have done. And if you see the recent past to cope up with the global challenges, we have made so many changes in the regulations. And recently, if you see the drug and cosmetic rules, the separate medical rule 2017, we have established new drug and clinical trial rules. Also, we have amended and published, which is implemented. And the cosmetic rule also we have implemented. And in the new medical device rule and cosmetic rules, earlier we have the certain limitations. In that rules, we have made the specific provisions for the notified body and conformity assessment body to harmonize our standards at par with the globally accepted standards. So now we have come up with the scope of the third party accreditations and the scope of the conformity body. And under this rules, under this act, the authorities, both the state as well as the central government, are responsible for implementation of these rules. The state authority has given their own power, and the central authority has given their own power under the rules. Next. Also, the monitoring of our healthcare products, we have the government notified testing laboratory. Also, we have also registered most of the private testing laboratory for ensuring the quality of the tests available in the markets. So, through this, we are monitoring the quality of the products and available in the market. That is the safe and efficacious. Next. The provision of the standards have been made in the rules. If you see the drugs and cosmetic rules, the standards provision we have made in the second schedule. If you see in the medical device rules, the rule 7, where we have specifically mentioned the standards applicable for the whatever the standard available for the Bureau of Indian Standard, that is applicable for the all the medical devices. If there is a no, then other international standard can be adopted. In the cosmetics also, we have made that a special provision that the BIS standard is only applicable for all the product for which the specification is there. So the specific provision in the new rules, we have already made that. We are also strengthening the technical regulation in the country by way of the strengthening the capacity building of manufacturing of the additional sites, extra manpower, and also some the supply of the equipment to have that our effective and robust regulatory system for the patient safety. Next. Challenges, so many challenges we have. Some of the challenges, if we see, the harmonization is one of the challenges for the standards as well as the technical regulations. The recognition of the standards is also the challenges, that our standard should also be recognized globally once that product is registered in that particular country. Periodic updation of the standards as well as the technical regulation is also one of the major parts. Though we are from time to time taken various changes in the technical regulations, but it is that periodic more updation is required to meet the to cater the need of the global populations, and also challenging the availability of the reference standards in the quality control of the medical devices, medical products. So these are the more specific the challenges that we need to see, and also we are taking that various steps to cope up with the challenges. Next. Now, in order to have the sustainable growth of the healthcare facility, the role of the standards as well as the accreditation body, conformity assessment body, and regulatory authority is important to ensuring the quality, safety, and performance of the medical products and also to protect the rights of the well-being and safety of the public health. So these few that things I want to share with you. Then thank you for giving that opportunity for me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. A big round of applause. And Chairman, sir, if you have anything to further remark for him or any questions you want to add. Okay, fine. So, okay, sir, fine. So, seeing the time constraint, I think we are running short of time. So, I will now finally hand over to next dignitary, that is Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, who is the Deputy Director, to just enlighten us with the role of the standard and regulation, which is not even understood with the food safety. Thank you so much, and over to you.
Namaskar. On behalf of Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, I want to congratulate Quality Council of India and its board, NABCB and NABL, for inviting us on this auspicious occasion. We, as a regulator, food is one of the most important aspect of our life. We all need food to survive. However, with the increasing globalizations of food trade, food safety has become a major concern. Consumers, for policymakers, and for the regulators. Few days back, we have celebrated World Food Safety Day on 7 in Vigyan Bhavan. And this year theme is set by United Nations body, that is Food and Agriculture Organizations and Food and World Health Organization, the WHO. And this year theme is Food Standard Save Lives. It's quite commensurate with the set by the accreditation supporting the future and the global trade. FSIS plays a very critical role in promoting food safety culture in India. FSI is an autonomous body established Food Safety and Standards Act 2006 under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And the main work assigned to FSSAI is that lying science-based standards. So the article of food and their manufacturing, their storage, their transportation can be regulated. This act consolidates various acts and orders that's here to handle food-related issues in various ministries earlier in various departments and acts like Prevention of Food Adulteration Act 1954, like Food Product Order 1955, Meat Products Order 1973, various acts. And these particular acts consolidate all and provide a single reference point for all matters relating to food in India. By moving from multi-level, multi-departmental control to a single line command. To this effect, the Act establishes an independent authority, that is FSSAI. Food standards not only empowers consumers, also promote trades. So we need to have certain fixed standard and procedures. So compliance and monitoring can be regulated and strengthened. It should be such and minimize the subjectivity. So various interpretation can be checked. That is RDA value. Certain NINs have defined certain RDA value of for which is we can select the product. So a consumer can make an informed choice. We have 21 scientific panels. Our standard setting procedure is very democratic. We have 21 scientific panel. Scientific panel discuss and deliberate on the various aspects of the food and regulate and set the standards for food articles. It goes to the ministry deliberate upon this. If they have any observation, they send back file to scientific panels. Then we receive the comments of stakeholder consultation through market agencies, through consumers, industry associations. So the process is very democratic. To achieve the standards, we are focusing upon to set domestic standards. Actually, we are very much driven by the codex. So we are in the process to set standards which suits Quality Council of India. One is the auditing of food establishment, and another is hygiene rating agencies. Accreditation plays a very major role. I have seen the success of accreditation while I am handling EIA accreditation scheme in Quality Council of India. It is like homecoming to me for this platform because I have been associated with Quality Council of India more than 6 years. So it is like a homecoming to me. And I have seen a proper drafted accreditation mechanism can definitely improve the quality of life of general public of any system, any organization. The Quality Council of India has established a very democratic system in case of environmental impact assessment, in case of coal mining schemes, in case of various schemes. So they have the fundamental knowledge and know how to deal with and how to promote quality in various parts of life. So I'm once again congratulate Quality Council of India for inviting us on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Pavanji. I'm very sorry. I'm just giving you a numbers for the time. And thank you for your elaborative.
I think the overall uh, set of on this accreditation day, and we are all meeting here for that day, was set in the inaugural session by uh, our erstwhile chairman of QCI, Adil. He said, what's the objective? Objective is that we as a country should be known to deliver quality in each, whether it's product or services. Now, that's a great aspiration to have. And while we are trying to also grow our exports, both in goods and services, there is, when we get down to the 5,000 feet and to the literal ground, which cater to the needs of where the industry is today. It's important for each one of us to understand that harmonization is good to have, but unless we have country standards, and then for the advanced economies to implement and tell us that you need to harmonize with us, is something that we need to take in a way that we get time for the industry to grow and mature. There are certain industries which have already matured and grown, and we all know about that. On the other side, if we want to also keep our Indian industry to survive the future and to be future ready, we also need to support them with the knowledge of standards, helping them through this and navigate it through proper way of harmonization and giving them enough time and resources, which requires training, which requires also some technology transfers from the advanced countries. So while we have great aspirations, and it's great to have aspirations, we all are here today to celebrate this day where we all celebrate the accreditation day and recognize the importance. And I hope we can all come together to this single objective of making our country something which will be recognized as a quality deliverer, both in goods and services. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And if anybody have any question, one or two. Speaker, please. Can we have a mic?
Hello. Yeah, I'm Dr. Sajeev Laik. I'm the Executive Secretary of WASME. My question is from FASSI. So the means our country is having large number of
kids population as well as the young population, and we are just adopting the junk foods like burger, pizza, and other thing. And we are just talking about the Maggie Bacha. So everybody is just talking about, I mean, so they are eating Maggie. So what kind of regulation you are making in terms of just promoting our natural foods and Indian foods so that we are going towards the Atmanirbhar Bharat?
Just hang on. Just take two questions and then we'll.
And the second question, please. And this will be the last because we are already running short of time. Please.
Hello, I'm
Yeah,
Kulwant.
please keep your questions short.
Yeah, okay.
All right, thank
I'm
you.
Kulwant Saini. My question is to Mr. Sahu. I saw in his slides mention of MDR 2017. There is another document which is floating around, which is MDR 2022. I didn't see any mention of that. Is CDSU part of it? If yes, what are the transition timelines?
Right. So first response from your side, a very brief response, please.
Very question related to the quality of food, the junk food you talked about. FSSAI has already issued regulations regarding the what should be the food quality should be served in the schools for children and all that. The basic purpose of the acts, it should be promoting trade. It should be a informed decision can be taken by the consumer. That is why every food product you are having with, it has certain informations. It is all up to you which product you want to eat. Because your regulations should not be inhibitory to the trade. So it is all up to the how you select your product. Every informed choice is given by the FSSAI label. If you see the label, there is content of sugar, there is content of fat, there is everything is written. It is up to you which product you want to select. So we are also promoting, we are sensitizing the peoples. We should go by the safer food. Like it is all up to you because you cannot regulate. We cannot regulate personal individual choices. We can regulate what kind of food you want to take. It should have the proper information what you're going to take it. So sir, it is a guidance maybe provided to the children, to the kids, which kind of food you should have. You cannot regulate the food habits of any individual, sir. My personal view is that.
Thank you. Over to you.
Yes, sir. You are talking about the recent rules that MDR 2020. Actually, whatever that recent publication you are seeing, that is the amendments. It is not that a separate rule is there. That amendment to the MDR rule 2017. So whatever the amendments are coming in the in future also, it will come as an amendment to MDR amendment rule 2023 or like that only. But the main regulation is under the medical device rule 2017. That clarification I want to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you. With this, we end the session, and I would like to say my special thank to chair of this session, and as well as a big round of applause for all the panelists present today. And now I will finally request CEO NABCB to hand over a token of gratitude that Tulsi planned to all the dignitaries on the dais, please. So first, I will request you to hand over this gratitude token to Kapuria sir. Jyoti ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now to Kapuria sir, please. To Shri Rasdeep Khoshla ji. And to Shri Asim Sahu ji. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, sir. And for a group photo, please come forward for a group photo, please. So group photo, please. Sir, आप Thank you to each one of you for this session. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, now I would request my colleague Dr. Pankaj to start this second session, technical session 2. And Dr. Pankaj is Deputy Director with NABL. Over to you, Dr. Pankaj.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you, and welcome to the World Accreditation Day celebration today, 9th June 2023. Well, it's the time to go ahead with the technical session 2, which is on conformity assessment and accreditation supporting global trade. Well, we have invited eminent personalities to enlighten us on the role of accreditation in supporting the future of global trade. I would like to take this opportunity to invite all the distinguished dignitaries on the dais. First of all, in this series, I would like to invite Dr. M. Karthikeyan, Director, MPIDA. Please give a big hand to Director MPIDA. Further, I would like to invite Dr. Prashant Seth, Joint Deputy Director General, FIEO. Please give a big round of applause. I'll take this opportunity to invite Dr. Shashwati Bosch, General Manager, APIDA, to the stage. Welcome, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite Dr. R.K. Trivedi, Executive Director, NSAI, to the stage. Thank you very much to all dignitaries to be present over here in this World Accreditation Day celebration. Now, I'd like to invite Director NABL, Ms. Anuja Anand, to please felicitate our speakers with a flower bouquet, which is a symbol of happiness and freshness. Please, flower bouquet. Anuja ma'am, to Dr. M. Karthikeyan, Director, APIDA. To Dr. Prashant Seth. To Dr. Shashwati Bose. And to Dr. R.K. Trivedi. Thank you very much, ma'am, and welcome you all on the dais. I would like to take an opportunity to introduce the session chair of this technical session 2, Dr. M. Karthikeyan, Director, MPIDA, that is Marine Products Export Development Authority. Well, about the introduction, well, sir is looking for the activities related to marketing, quality control, aquaculture, and other technical aspects for seafood export promotion, and he is instrumental in achieving all-time high of USD 8.09 billion seafood export from India during 2022-2023. That is a big achievement from MPIDA. Well, before joining MPIDA, sir has served in Department of Fisheries, Government of Tamil Nadu in different capacities and implemented various infrastructure development and welfare schemes in inland, brackish water, as well as marine sector in Tamil Nadu. Sir has published numerous research papers in international as well as national journals with having high impact factors. Sir has completed PhD in fish processing technology from College of Fisheries, Mangalore in 2001 with specialization in fish protein chemistry and completed Masters of Fisheries Science MFSC from Fisheries College and Research Institute, Tuticorin, specializing in fish processing technology. Welcome you, sir, for the introductory remarks. Please.
A very good afternoon to one and all. I'm happy to be here as part of the World Accreditation Day celebration. I thank NABL and NABCB for inviting me for this meeting, and I'm privileged to be here. Talking about the global trade and the need for accreditation and conformity assessment. The global trade is growing tremendously, and Indian trade, whether it is the commodity trade or services trade, has also shown tremendous growth during the past 2 years. The government has taken initiative in fixing a target for exports. Previously, it was all happening on its own, but 2 years before, the Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Department of Commerce has fixed a target for each commodity. And the Honorable Prime Minister addressed to all the EPCs saying that this is the target fixed. And to facilitate the trade, the Honorable Prime Minister also had a meeting with all the EPCs with the missions abroad, the Indian missions abroad. And we have been given a assignment saying that yes, we have to facilitate with the Indian missions and find out the products which we can export. And also we need to meet out the standards which are being fixed by the international importing nations standards so that we'll be able to enhance our trade. With that initiative, we were able to achieve the target which were fixed for 21-22, that was around 400 billion in the commodity trade. The government could achieve that, and again during last year we could trespass 450 billion US trade. So that is from the overall commodity trade from India. And again, the Indian government is again looking for a trade of almost 1 trillion from the commodity side by 2030. So when you want to achieve the global market and facilitate trade, the certification, the accreditation of the labs and conformity assessment to the requirements of the international standard plays a major role. So that's where the organization like NABL, QCA plays an important role. And they have been playing an important role for the past several years. And they've been ensuring that the product which are being exported are meeting out the quality. But still, there are little gaps that needs to be addressed. Though the organizations are making a lot of interventions in the facilities, ensuring that the facilities or the infrastructure in the labs are meeting out the international standards. The methodology which are being adopted by the labs are meeting out the international standards. They're able to fulfill the standards which are being asked by the international community, but still there are gaps. That's where we need to understand, like, whether it is for the domestic or for the international export, we need to have uniform standards. Right now, we have two different standards, like what FSSAI has been formed, and now FSSAI is looking for the standards for the local domestic consumption as well. So we need to have a policy wherein the government is also looking for the similar type of approach wherein the product which are being produced should be giving good quality for the local consumption. Then we also will be meeting out the international standards. So the international standards may be of very high quality, but the local standard, if it is low, the producer will produce a product which is not meeting out the quality standards. So we need to ensure that across the value chain, everybody is aware of the quality requirements, because the labs which are testing doesn't test the product which are being produced as such. We are testing on the end product, right? Whether it is food product or any other product. So when you have the awareness created among the producers across the value chain will be able to ensure that the quality which is being tested and sent will meet out the requirements. Though we, like for example, I'll give an example in marine side. Though we have accredited labs, we test the product, still the international organizations test our own product when it gets imported there. And when they find that we are not meeting out the standards, they come out with trade barriers. Madam talked about the FTAs. The FTAs will facilitate trade, that's for sure. But unless and until we meet out the SPS TBT requirements of the particular country, we will not be able to facilitate trade. So we may have a FTA with a particular country. For example, we have an FTA with Australia recently signed, but we are not able to have an access for our shrimp product there because they say unless and until your shrimp is free from viruses, which is not there as a biosecurity concern, you will not be able to import your product, a raw shrimp. So only the cooked shrimp is having access. That also, again, they will test and see whether the product meets the standard. So when we talk about the exports, the standard plays a major role, and the conformity assessment will help in ensuring that the international community says that an Indian product which is being exported or any product which is coming from anywhere from the world meets out the international standard requirement as per the conformity assessment. So conformity assessment will ensure the trade to happen in a very comfortable way, and it will build the confidence among the buyers, the consumers, and it will also help in inclusive economic growth, and it will help in having a level playing field for all the products and all for the different countries. So we expect that this deliberation today, what happens, will help in we understanding the international requirements, the conformity assessment requirement, and we will be able to enhance our trade from India, and we'll have a better trade facilitation happening in the coming years as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for this enlightening introductory remark. Well, sir, your address would have been paved way to understand the strategies of the global trade. Now, I would like to invite first speaker of the series, Dr. Prashant Seth. He is the Joint Deputy Director General, FIEO, that is the Federation of Indian Export Organization. This organization has been set up by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, and Private Trade and Industry in the year 1965 for promoting India's export. Sir is postgraduate and having vast expertise in international trade promotion. And during his stint for the past 2 decades in the Federation, he has worked at various capacities in trade policy, promotion, research, as well as logistics. He has also successfully organized various trade exhibitions and B2B delegations to more than a dozen of countries. Realizing the role of states in export promotion of the country, Sir has worked closely with the central and state governments and successfully formulated export strategy for more than 10 Indian states. And being a proactive respondent to changing trade dynamics, Sir has conceptualized and created ease of logistics portal for Indian exporting community to bring close to enhance the container fulfillment probability during the disruption during the time of the pandemic. So welcome you, sir, on the board. May I have the presentation from the sir, please? Or should I send on the
Good afternoon, August gathering, Chairman NABL, distinguished representatives from QCI, NABCB, dignitaries on the dais, of the dais. A very good afternoon to all of you. Pankaj has already explained about our organization, and we know that how this whole thing emerged. So we are very well aware that since the advent of the WTO in 1995, when the trade tariffs were trying to get reduced. So with the reduction of the tariffs, the NTBs and the trade barriers keeps on increasing, and that led to the advent of the standards, certifications, and the area of accreditation. So with this background, I'll just quickly run through the presentation and just give you an highlight where we stand as an organization, as a country, and particularly what are the pain areas, because me being from the trade, you have heard the regulators. So my area is to focus you what are the concerns of the trade, where the trade gets the pinch, and what are our expectations, because this area is a pretty complex one, not an easy one to interpret for everyone. So this is the agenda for the presentation that we have, something about our organizations. And because we all know that accreditation is facilitating the exports, so we should also understand what is our vision for exports. So it will help and sensitize the accreditation bodies to intensively work in this area to further supplement those efforts. Then international trade and accreditations, what are the key importance and the challenges, and some initiatives that we have at hand. Some of you who don't know about organizations, we are the India's apex export promotion organization set up by the Commerce in 1965. Today, we have a pan-India presence with 18 offices and direct membership of 33,000 members that represent the whole segment and fraternity of our exporting community, including from small, medium, and everyone. Like all other export promotion councils, we are also into the trade policy contribution, training programs, delegation, and other parts. But the key difference between us and other organizations are we are proactive in terms of trade logistics. We have a logistics portal. We know that tariff and NTBs are very important for exporters to know. So for that, we have created an Indian trade portal where any one of you can just go and find out what are the tariff that is applicable in the importing country. We cover 90 countries for that. And that is roughly 1.8 crores hits have already taken place on this portal. So you can take advantage of this. Plus publications also we bring on the TBT NTM every month. So just to sensitize. And we have a research division. Pankaj has spoken about it, so I'll not dwell upon this. And we have over 60 MOUs with different chambers across the board. And overall, our mandate is to handhold, promote, handhold the exporters at the domestic level and give them a platform to go abroad and just push our exports to the next level. Now, this is the vision that we have in hand. We Right now, the global trade is roughly around 25 trillion for the goods, 6.8 trillion for the services. Our share is as on dates 2.1%. We have a target of 3% by 2027. That is there. The foreign trade policy that has been announced this last couple of months back, that is an indefinite policy that doesn't have a term. That is for the first time we are seeing, and that has set a target of 2 trillion exports by 2030. Then we all know that we are aiming for a developed country nation by 2047. There we are envisaging 10% of the global trade. Right now, if we talk about the 10%, 15% of the global trade is of China. So China is a major share. Now we are envisaging and have higher ambitions. To achieve those ambitions, we as MPEDA official talk about, we have a separate dedicated targets with the government that's set up. Plus, besides this target, what is the other framework that is set up? We have in place the first time the product link incentive scheme that to incentivize couple of sectors, including the food, electronics, and telecommunication, where our exports are pretty low. So the idea is to replace the imports, produce domestically, and then the part of the domestic will also be exported. So that is the idea. Plus logistics, some of you may not be aware about this subject. This is a pretty critical element of all the supply chains, and we are a pretty high logistic cost. So first time the country has seen the logistics policy. So a lot of things are happening. So now, what are the international trade and accreditations aspect? We all know that accreditations is supporting the trade. It's product tested once, even tested locally, accepted globally. I would say that the accreditation gives that mileage. You get it at your own hometown, get it tested and send it across. That is the ideal way of looking at it. It gives the buyer confidence that is there, the market access. It's a passport for market access. We all know about it, just like the goods. Humans, we have the passport, but in humans also, once we have the passport, there's no regulation for the visa. Then in some countries, we have an add-on for the visa with you have a yellow fever. Then you have a yellow fever and polio. That is the way I think the goods is also moving. You meet one standard, then you have another standard, then you have a private standard, then you have a conformity assessment. So the whole thing is pretty complex for a small exporter to understand. Then definitely, accreditations is a technical backbone for the international trade. That's why I'm saying it, because if we look at the global quality infrastructure index that has recently come, India stands at 10th rank in the world. But if we speak about the accreditations, NABL and NABCB has doing a fantastic job on accreditations. We are ranked 5th in the world. So it means that our accreditation infrastructure and the quality infrastructure is quite robust, and that is a good thing for us. Large product coverage, that's what I'm saying, because roughly as per the estimates, 80% of the global trade falls under the purview of one or the other standards. So that is the trade that is there. So overall, I think we have a long way to go also in terms of expanding our trade. When we are envisaging, then we need a more aggressive approach in terms of accreditations also. Then the whole objective is to reduce the transaction cost. You get it once and accepted globally. So that is one of the mandate, and that has really helped the exporters to gain the competitiveness also, transaction cost, transaction time, and also help to push exports in certain areas. Now, what are the concerns? That is a pretty important area for us. That is, we would like to flag, because the regulators are also here, accreditation bodies are here. So as I told, that it is a very, very complex thing. Importing countries regulation, private standards, then we have the conformity. As first thing is that the lack of awareness is there. For an exporter comes to us and say that I want to export product X to country Y. Now you tell us what all things have to comply. So that thing is readily not available as per my understanding in the public domain, because lot of voluntary standards have come into play, and ultimately we have to uh, go with the buyer's choice. So whatever it is, we have seen the emergence of BRC certification, HACCP certification, global gap is there. So these are all the private, and then we have the, so although it adds to the cost also, that is number one. Second is the conformity assessment programs. That is not a unified model applicable across the world. So one conformity assessment by one country will not be accepted by any other country. So that is also an area that adds to the cost as well as the complexity, because accessing the information also adds to the cost for us. So that is one area that we really want, that the bodies should try to figure out how to address this issue. Because otherwise, we should have some kind of accreditation. Some efforts are being done at the India level also to have India Gap, India HACCP, just to reduce on the cost. But the point is, those certifications has to be internationally accredited, so that it should have acceptability in that market, and we can get it out at our home place, tested, and that product should be accepted globally. Then a couple of conventional points that has already been flagged. There are certain areas where we don't have the domestic standards. So once we don't have anything, so how do we know what are the standards? Has to be the minimum standards has to be there. And definitely infrastructure of the labs has to be upgraded, because the more labs are upgraded, more accreditations will take place, more facilitation will take place, and finally it will help the trade to grow. Another concerning area which I'd like to flag here is the rising TBT notifications in the WTO and this what is called the STC. Specific trade concerns is a subject. This is a global perspective. We should be aware that every year, TBT, we all know that TBT agreement speaks about the international standards to be adopted, and the country has a right to adopt a higher standards based on the production and safety of their community. But if we look at the TBT notifications, there are 4,000 roughly TBT notifications that was submitted by the WTO member countries in last year. And out of that, roughly 80% they say that is related to the technical regulation, and 20% is the conformity assessment. But that is not the case, because the specific trade concern, let me tell you that is a part of the WTO where their members speak about the specific trade concerns which they have pertaining to the TDPT notification of another country. So last year, 240 such specific trade concerns was raised. And out of them, they say that 47% were pertaining to the conformity assessment. And you see the product profile that is there. I think it's not visible it's visible here. The kind of products that comes under this specific trade concerns is very important to flag because Chapter 87, electrical machinery, electrical equipments, let me tell you that this is an area where the global imports is 15 billion or maybe more, and our share is just 1%. So how do we increase our share in those areas which are of interest to us when there is a TBT and TMs in that area? So I think these are the areas which I think the time has come. We should have a consolidated approach because accreditation industry, we are open, and I have spoken to NABL CEO earlier also. We'd like to work closely with the accreditation industry so that at least that where the trade pinch is faced by the trade, that is actually addressed. And one of the classic example how accreditation can help an export is placed here. So exporters of this electrical equipment used to send their samples abroad for the testing, and that was heavily expensive. Now NABCB has this accredited this CPRI institution, and now it is being done here for this all those segments of transformer, reactors, and other things. So that is the facilitation which the accreditation can really do, and we hope that it should further try to do more on this aspect so that each and every aspect of the export sector, which is of importance to us, is facilitated at the international level. So with these words, I once again thank NABL, NABCB for inviting us here, and they are doing a wonderful job for the labs and the conformity assessment bodies, and we wish them all the success in the endeavors for the trade facilitation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening us that how the accreditation would be an interface between the international trading community as well as the export trade facilitation. Now I'll invite Dr. M. Karthikeyan, Director MPDA, for his speech on international regulation in marine products exports and role of conformity assessment. Welcome to Director MPDA.
Yeah, very good afternoon to all once again. I'll just run through the slides because we are running out of time. So, EMPEDA is an organization formed by the Act of the Parliament during 72, and we have been promoting exports by developing the activities which are related to marine product, not only on the export but also on the production side. So, we do augment the production and also help in processing, the value addition, as well as linking the exporters with the markets. That's the export figure for this year. So we have just like 8.09 billion we have achieved last year, and that's the highest export which has happened in marine product. And we stand at like almost 4.6% of the world's share is being contributed by Indian trade. But when you talk about shrimp trade, which is the backbone of Indian seafood trade, we are almost like doing 25% of the overall world trade. But coming to the products which are being exported. So the like source of raw material is one is from the marine side and one is from the aquaculture side. So the marine side was contributing to the maximum till maybe 20 years before, but later on the aquaculture sector has taken over, and now shrimp is the backbone of the trade. So shrimp is contributing to almost like 67%. Last year it was almost 75%, but this year the marine sector, the catches were more, so the marine sector is doing bit better this year. So these are the agencies which are involved in regulating the production as well as the exports. When you talk about the production side, like there are Department of Fisheries in different states which helps in regulating the fishing. Because why I said about this, like there's a mention about not only the certification for quality, but the importing nation looks for the traceability as well as sustainability. So when you talk about traceability, like countries like EU, they look for IEU. This like illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing should not happen. So for that, we need to give a certificate. So that certificate, along with the material, it has to go. Then only they will accept our material. On not only with the quality certifications. So the CAT certificate, which is being issued by collecting the data from the harbors, helps in facilitating the trade. Likewise, there are so many other certifications requirement which helps in addressing the sustainability requirement as well as the traceability requirement. So talking about the products which are being exported, like I said, shrimp is the backbone with 67%. We have also got frozen fish, surimi, the frozen cuttlefish and squids which are getting exported. And the major market for us is US. US was like for the past 10, 11 years, our major market share goes to US. US is contributing to almost 33% this year, but last year, max 43% of our product were going to US. So China is the second major market. We have Vietnam, Thailand, which buys our material, reprocess and export. Again, you can see the world trade scenario where our product gets checked a lot in the developed nation, but when it goes via Vietnam, it doesn't have the same trade barrier because Vietnam, a lot of investment happens from the European and the American side, so the accessibility is much better for the places like Vietnam. So that also we need to take into consideration, though whatever the accreditation or certification we do. But there are countries which comes out with barriers to ensure that the other countries gets benefited. So these are all the aspects which we need to look into when we do the trade. So MPDA registers the facility, like when it comes to the export facility, MPDA registers the facilities, whereas the EIC is the one which the Export Inspection Council is the one which gives the certificate for export for the particular entity. And again, there are assessment panel comprising of MPDA, EIC, as well as the other central institutes which goes for assessing the facilities. Then when you talk about individual countries, each country has their own regulations. Though we talk about the uniform regulation, but each country comes out with their own regulations, and we need to fulfill the regulations. Unless and until we fulfill the regulation, we'll not be having the access to that particular country. USA has that Food and Drug Administrative Act, wherein they have certain norms which needs to be fulfilled. Recently, also USA has come out with a requirement saying that we'll have a regulatory partnership agreement with countries which are exporting maximum shrimp to them. For example, they have told like India, Ecuador, and Indonesia, they're going to have a regulatory partnership agreement. What they say is like we need to check the material across the value chain where all the systems are in place so that we get the best product at the end, which needs to be tested at minimum so that the conformity requirement is fulfilled. So talking about European Union, again, European Union has their own standards. European Union has come out with requirements much higher than the other countries. Like we need to have a residue control program where we need to do a monitoring of all the value chain activities, starting from hatcheries to the processing plant, and we need to submit the report to them. And for us now, the border testing is 50% for Indian shrimp, which is going for from India, whereas for all other countries it is only 10% because they said the antibiotic detections across the border is affecting the human. So like the AMR is the one major concern when it comes to antibiotics. So a lot of measures are being taken to address this issue, but the European Union again changes not only the European Union, but all other countries changes the standards as and when there is a improvement which happens. So China, again, they have their own standards. It's not that you have a US standard, I have accessibility to US. The company which is registered for export to US cannot directly export to China. So China comes out with the standards. They say like the listed units with the listed species only can be exported. So each unit have to fulfill the requirements, then only they will be able to export. So they came suddenly with a requirement like world over, there was no checking for COVID, but they said like we will be checking the seafood consignments coming into China for COVID-19 nucleic material. So we have been like advising the exporter how to overcome that issue as well. So finally they withdrew that after suspending almost more than 100 units. So we need to understand the requirements of international agencies to ensure that our product goes safely. Accreditation is most important. The lab should be having all the facilities to test, but still the understanding the standards and regulations across the world is more important. So Japan, again, like for one of the shrimp, like Indian black tiger shrimp, they don't do any testing, but whereas for the Vietnamese shrimp, they do 100% testing. Each consignment is being tested. So they send it, like they also send up a team of officials, verify the system in place. Accordingly, they take measures. So anyway, I'll skip all this. So this is the trade barriers we face in across the world. So this the rejections which happens. Like though we test in our labs and then send, but still we have rejections. Why it is all happening is there are measures across the value chain that needs to be taken to ensure that the product which is getting tested in our lab, though like it's a sample which is being tested, right? We are not testing all the materials. So we need to be taking all precautions to ensure that the quality is being maintained across the value chain. So this all. So these are the various programs which are being implemented to ensure the quality across the value chain. So what we look for is like the accreditation, what is happening through the NABL or QCA that needs to continue. And we need to have an integrity like when it comes to the labs. So all the government agencies or the private agencies which do the testing, the sampling is more important. Like we have the approved samplers, but still that needs to be ensured that it is being properly done. Then only like we don't have any rejections that will not lead to any trade barriers. So we should be able to meet out all the requirements of the international agencies, and we also should be able to provide, like the lab should be providing the information to the competent authority so that we can go on improving upon the facility when there is a lack in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for this knowledge enhancing session on the international regulations and issues emerging in the global trade of marine products. Thank you very much, sir, once again. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Shashwati Bose, General Manager, APIDA, that is Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority, under Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Madam is PhD in Agriculture Plant Pathology and a Curtin Fellow having 20 years of the work experience in the field of agriculture, agricultural marketing, organic farming, certification, food quality and safety, sustainable agriculture, natural resource management, as well as the export promotion. Please give a big hand to Dr. Shashwati Bose.
Very good afternoon, dignitaries and esteemed participants. First of all, I would like to thank QCI, NABCB and NABL for inviting APEDA to this August occasion. And let me congratulate everyone who is present here on this World Accreditation Day, because all of us who are here in some way or other are connected with quality and standards. So it is our commitment which has brought us here together, and we are celebrating accreditation because it is a very important requirement, we can say, to ensure quality. About APEDA, many of you must be knowing, and most of you must be knowing about APEDA, but still I'll just quickly explain. Like APEDA was established by an act of parliament in 1985. We came into being on 13th February 1986, and we had a mandate of promoting exports. So when we promote exports, it is also our responsibility to ensure that the exports that's taking place, we have to ensure quality. So quality and standards are a prerequisite for exports, so that we have a credibility in the international market. We can establish our brand. So for branding, for establishing, making our niche market in the global international fora, we need to ensure quality. So our mandate includes registration of the exporters, and then development of export infrastructure, quality infrastructure, basically pack houses, upgradation of laboratories. Then we have to also develop product standards, especially for the important products, for the benefit of our stakeholders, the exporters, and other stakeholders, and market development, promotion, information relating to the markets and the market intelligence, and inspections, all the associated activities. We do it through our partner organizations, all the departments who are associated in these activities, the central government agencies, the state government departments, all our stakeholders, because it is a holistic approach, which will, at the end of the day, is required to ensure quality. We have more than 700 tariff lines, which encompasses most of the agriculture and processed food products. And APEDA has contributed significantly in agri exports, APEDA products. Like last year in 22-23, the total export of APEDA monitored products were around 27.5 billion US dollars, which is around 50% of India's total agri exports. So, having this huge responsibility, we do proactively work towards ensuring quality. APEDA also functions as a secretariat for implementation of the National Program for Organic Production. This is the mandatory standards which is required for export of organic products from the country, and the national accreditation body with the apex body is the Department of Commerce, and we also work towards the recognition, having recognition agreements and MRAs with the trading partners for organic products. While we have a large mandate, I will go through only mainly the quality initiatives that we have taken for exports, keeping in line with today's theme. These include the quality initiatives, include the registration of the whatever the export units are there, the meat plants, the pack houses, the groundnut units, and the rice processing unit, all these we do a registration, and then we ensured we give financial assistance, especially facilitate the exporters to set up infrastructures which can cater to the international requirements, upgrading the laboratories so that they can test as per the requirement of the international market. And for the quality initiatives, QCI, NABCB, and NABL are our partners. We are also a part of the integrated assessment system of NABL, so that we can have a uniformity in the assessment process. We facilitate in implementation of hazardous food safety management system. We encourage through the state governments, we encourage the farmers who supply for exports, the farmers from where our exporters procure, that they follow the good agricultural practices. Then PITA has also established a national referral laboratory at the NRC Pune, and for standardizing the method of sampling and analysis for suiting the importing countries' requirements. We participate in several Codex committee meetings, and also APEDA has developed several traceability systems to having farm to fork traceability. This helps in building the confidence of the international buyers. As I mentioned, that we are a part of the integrated assessment, and based on the accreditation of ISO 17025, APEDA authorizes the laboratories for food testing. And apart from that, we also authorize for specific products, and these take into account the requirements of the importing countries, the competence of the laboratories. And we also recognize the certification bodies accredited by NABCB for food safety management system certification of the member exporters. Since we are at the end of this program, so we have gone through the entire thing, so need not speak again and again about accreditation. But yes, accreditation is based on the international standards on which we assess the accreditation body assesses the competence of the conformity assessment bodies, and who in turn assess the conformity of the product services, which helps in building the trust and confidence of the buyers. And as we have already discussed during the whole of the sessions, that accreditation is actually plays a very important role in exports because it has a uniformity in assessment. When there is an accredited, all the bodies, the testing laboratories, all the certificate conformity assessment bodies, they are accredited as per a particular system. Then they have a uniformity in assessment, and this is important to ensure quality and uniformity, conformity to the requirements of the trading partners. Because when we meet the international standards, it's always easy to convince the trading partners, the international buyers, that we do meet the international requirements. The validation of compliance of the producers or from where the things the products are being procured for exports, and it facilitates trade also through MRA, mutual recognition agreements, because then the tests and reports are certificates are accepted and they do not have to go for recertification. So thank you very much.
So thank you very much, ma'am, for this session. Now, finally, I would like to call upon Dr. R.K. Trivedi, Executive Director, NSAI, National Seed Association of India, New Delhi. Well, sir is having the post-graduation in 4 disciplines: seed science and technology from New Zealand, plant breeding and genetics, law from Delhi University, as well as management from Delhi. And sir has also done specialization in intellectual property rights, IPR, from WIPO, Switzerland, and plant variety production from US PVP office, Washington, DC. Sir has over 40 years long national and international experience in seed production, seed certification, seed quality testing, as well as plant variety production and varietal development and release. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, respected dignitaries on the dais and also of the dais. First of all, I convey greetings on my behalf as well as the National Seed Association of India and Apex Association of Seed Industry. The greetings to all of you on the World Accreditation Day. And definitely, this day is very important because it is related with the quality. Because even accreditation or certification related to the quality. And I am dealing with the agriculture. As all you know, agriculture is the backbone of our country. It provides substantially to our GDP, and also it is providing employment to the large number of populations. And definitely we must have a sustainable and quality growth of agriculture. In fact, as we all know, that India is very well known for its progress in the IT sector or pharma sector. But I think we should not undermine our main progress in the agriculture sector. In fact, today, we all must have a pride and we must feel pride that we are we are able to feed the stomach of 1.4 billion population. In fact, and during the 60s or 70s, our foods and production was only 60 million ton, and today we have a 310 million ton production, and that is all because of our agricultural growth, and that contributed by our scientists as well as our farmers, and definitely for all of them, the quality is paramount important, and in fact, the seed I'm dealing with the seed. Seed is a basic input for the agriculture. In fact, we says that if all inputs are constant, but if seed has a quality, the production of agriculture will go 10% higher, 10 to 20%. So means quality. This is the only thing which is important in the seed sector. And in fact, I just will go through that seed because now I don't want to come between you and the lunch. Otherwise, you will say talking in agriculture, we are keeping our stomach empty. That I will not do. So definitely, we have a seed sector, India Ministry of Agriculture, ICR, public sector. In fact, these are the various areas where in the seed sector. And I just feel that India has a rich agro-climatic diversity. Definitely, we have a 18% of India's GDP coming from the agriculture. We are the largest producer of pulses, rice, wheat, and spices. And fruit. In fact, this is really a very big good revolution. If you must have seen in the market earlier, we were getting the fruits only once in a year. Now throughout the year, you can get all vegetable. Whether it is a watermelon or whether it is a pumpkin, all fruits are available throughout the year. So this is all because of the revolution in the agriculture, and that is the real factor in the agriculture. And the Indian seed sector, our seed sector is also $3 billion. In fact, we are the fifth largest economy in terms of seed in the world. But definitely we have to do a lot. So our strength in the industry sector is we have 17 mega biodiversity countries. We have 49,000 plant species. We have 5,800 varieties, mainly hybrids. In fact, the green revolution which we witnessed during the 70s, and that is the result of these hybrids and high yielding varieties, which have made a great breakthrough in the production, and that all through the seed, because this agriculture research can be converted into a commercial part only through the seed. And we have a well-established regulatory system. We have 25 seed certificate agencies. We have 170 notified laboratories. These are the seed testing laboratories. And in fact, these laboratories are testing the quality of seed. And what is the importance of seed quality? Because here the quality parameters are different. In the seed, we have the quality parameters like physical purity, it must have uniformity, it has a genetic purity, seed viability, seed. So all these quality parameters are very important. If finally the benefit to the farmers or the end user will come through the seed, and only if the quality is maintained. And therefore, accreditation as well as certification is most important in the seed sector in agriculture. And we have the Seed Quality Regulation, Seed Act 1966, seed rules, and then regulations for seed business. Definitely, we have the two type of system. One is the notification of varieties, which are tested in all India coordinated trials. And also, there is one good thing that the some of the varieties which have been not notified can also be marketed in the country as a non-notified variety. In fact, the the seed sector of India is comprising of both certified seed as well as non-certified, means truthfully labeled seed. But one thing is very important, that quality standards for the seed, whether it is certified through a seed certification system or it is a truthfully labeled. To be truthfully labeled means the producer, the company has to certify the quality, not through an independent agency. That is also require the same standard, and these standards have been given through a statutory book called Indian Minimum Seed Certification Standard. Then these are the standards, as I said, Indian Minimum Seed Certification. These standards are meant for the seed quality. And in fact, also we are implementing one international system called OECD that also have a standards for export of seeds from India. And that OECD system is also implemented in our country since 23rd October 2008. In case of like USA OECD system and seed certification, it is many countries are passing through this and having the adoption of this OECD system. Then for seed standard, this is just I am making a comparison. What is the difference between the Indian seed certification or in fact the basic objective of the both the system is that the quality. Whatever the seed, this Indian seed certification system is for the domestic, for our country standard, but they are not in any way less than the OECD. The OECD standards are for exporting the seed to the OECD nations, but the standards are at par. The only thing is the nomenclature of the seeds, like we have the nucleus seed, foundation seed, certified seed. Here they call pre-basic seed, basic seed, certified 2. The only nomenclature, but the generation of the purity of the seed remain the same. As it is highly technical, maybe many of you are not have gone through the agriculture system, particularly the seed certification system, but definitely the quality parameters we made through a generation purity. Every generation, the purity has to be maintained. In fact, the beta seed should be 100% pure. This is the first parameter. The next generation of breeder is a foundation seed. Foundation seed is also in an isolated plant under a supervision of a breeder, so that the quality is the same, 99.9. And then we have certification. Certification also certify that the quality should be 98, 99. So means when the seed finally reach to the farmers, it should give a proper germination on his field, so that his plant population should not be changed. Which is I'm passing through because I know. Okay, we have a center where 25 feet. Anyway, now I'm coming to the important. I mean the seed quality standard by seed testing laboratory. Here, in fact, actually, maybe after this seminar, we may have a separate discussion with the NABL for how, because in India, for seed quality parameters enforcement, we have a one National Seed Research Training Center and we have CSTL. And they are making as a referral laboratory. And for that also we have an international ISTA, International Seed Testing Association procedure for certification of seed testing laboratory and for accreditation of seed testing laboratory. But ISTA accreditation would be a very difficult. In India, presently 8 laboratories are ISTA accredited, that is International Seed Testing Association. Out of that, 2 is in the public sector and 6 in the private sector. But what we want, let us have some domestic, international, indigenous system for accreditation of laboratory. So that, because ISTA is very expensive, 10 to 20, 10, 15 lakhs rupees is to be paid annually for accreditation. Why not NABL and Indian system maybe come in such a way that we have a process as well as for the standards, so that accreditation can be made through. And we have gone through that. Some of the Indian seed companies laboratories are NABL accredited. I myself was one Incotech laboratory at Ahmedabad. They have one laboratory in the Nagpur. They are also for NABL. So we have some NABL. But what we wanted, we have 170 seed testing laboratory in India, and let all these laboratories have some accreditation through a process as well as product standards. These I have said about challenges, lack of modern infrastructure of seed testing activity. This is very important because any laboratory, if you go for accreditation, first what you want, it should have a full infrastructure and technical competency. That is the most important, and that we want through a accreditation. This is the way forward, how we can. This is my last slide, so that I know that we have to wind up at 1:30, but already we are late. So, how fast I can do, I'm trying. So this is my. But this very support for small industry. We have to see that, because yes, we talk always Atmanirbhar Bharat. So in India we have more than 400. In fact, our members are 400 seed testing lab, 400 seed companies. But as a whole, we have more than 800 seed companies. Some are big, medium, and small. So let me see that medium and small seed companies can also have a growth, and they can also have a quality standards. So anyway, so now winding up my presentation, but thank you very much for calling us. And in fact, we are all the time we are available. Our seed industry is always be very receptive that any quality improvement can be done. We will do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening on the quality standards and regulations in the seed sector and the relevance of the accreditation in this aspect. Now, I would like to invite session chair to sum up with 1 or 2 points.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I thank the eminent speakers for giving a wonderful insight into the requirements of quality standards and accreditation. So, if there are any questions, maybe 1 or 2 questions maximum we can take, or we'll close the session because everybody is feeling hungry. So, we can close it. Thank you for the patient hearing. So, we'll close the session. Thanks.
Okay. So, thank you very much. And well, during the lunch session, in fact, if you do have any query, you can discuss with our eminent speakers. And now, well, this is not, in fact, the end. And I'll request CEO NABL, Mr. N. Venkateswaranji, along with Director NABL, Ms. Anuja Anand, to present the token of appreciations to our eminent speakers. First, to Dr. M. Karthikeyan, Director, MPDA. So I request you, sir, to please give the memento to Dr. Prashant Seth, Joint Deputy Director General, FIO. I'll request you, sir, to give the token of appreciation to Dr. Shashwati Bose, General Manager, APIDA. I request you, sir, to please present the memento to Dr. R.K. Trivedi, Executive Director, NSAI. Thank you, CEO, sir. Now, for a group photograph, please. Thank you very much, sir, and all the eminent speakers. Well, all of you know that every event has an end, but this event is a beginning. And we have been listening to eminent speakers deliberating the role of accreditation in achieving the sustainability of global trade. And all these valuable insights given today will give us a new perspective that one should adopt while discussing these perspectives. Thank you, one and all. And it's my request to all the dignitaries and guests to proceed for lunch. There is one announcement for the audience. Those who have registered for the laboratory session, please be assembled again in the same auditorium after the lunch. There would be the 1 hour session after the lunch with respect to the lab discussion on blockchain portal, QR code, and ULR number. Thank you, one and all. Excuse me, there will be 1 hour lunch break and we will be come back by 3 o'clock.
Construction sector is a key engine for economic growth and infrastructural development. The built infrastructure that manufactures products and provides services intended for you. The house that you stay in, the buildings around you, the roads that you drive on. It's extremely critical that raw materials used in construction adhere to the highest standards of quality, safety, and reliability. Certifications, inspections, and testing conducted against the national or international standards by conformity assessment bodies such as certification bodies and inspection bodies build consumer confidence regarding these aspects. However, there is a need for an independent third-party internationally recognized national accreditation body to determine and validate the technical competence, impartiality, and consistent operations of such conformity assessment bodies. That's where the National Accreditation Board of Certification Bodies, or NABCB, plays an extremely important role as a national body in India by accrediting the various conformity assessment bodies. NABCB provides accreditation to certification bodies which then certify organizations for quality management systems, ISO 9001, environment management systems, ISO 14001, and for occupational health and safety management systems, OHSMS ISO 45001, Energy Management Systems, ENMS ISO 50001, important for the construction industry. Organizations certified to these management systems by competent certification bodies accredited by NABCB have a proactive framework for preventing and responding to health and safety incidents and systems to support the implementation of best practices related to the quality, environment, occupational health and safety, and energy. It also helps in demonstrating due diligence and regulatory compliance. NABCB provides accreditation to inspection bodies which then conduct independent inspections in various stages of construction projects such as design and stage-wise final and structural integrity inspections. NABCB provides accreditation to personnel certification bodies which then certify personnel for their skill and competence such as masons, plumbers, electricians, NDT professionals, welders, etc. as relevant to construction sector, thereby providing assurance on the certified persons for the desired functional roles. NABCB provides accreditation to validation and verification bodies which can help validate or verify the claims related to green buildings and sustainability aspects of construction. NABCB provides accreditation to product and process certification bodies which can help manufacturers for certification of their facilities manufacturing products critical to construction. Quality Council of India has taken an initiative by establishing an independent third-party voluntary ready-mix concrete plant certification scheme, which is a product and process certification scheme. It lays down in detail the requirements which the RMC plants must comply with. NABCB accredited certification bodies certify RMC plants for this scheme. Accredited conformity assessment bodies ensure that the quality systems, processes, personnel, materials and technology have been assessed, inspected or certified and are in compliance with the standard practices and national or international regulations as relevant. This prevents the potential project delays and failures, reduces the possibility of cost escalations and reworks, and aids the approval process. NABCB has secured the international equivalents of these accreditation schemes such as management system certification, inspection bodies, product and process certification, personnel certification and validation, and verification, thereby ensuring that accredited conformity in construction is internationally recognized and accepted. NABCB accreditation helps remove the technical barriers to trade, thereby giving a competitive advantage to the Indian construction industry and facilitating access to global markets. NABCB accreditation minimizes the risk of fake, unauthentic or fraudulent certificates. The NABCB logo on the accredited certificate provided by the conformity assessment bodies ensures that they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity. NABCB is committed to India's infrastructure development vision and is proud to be an integral part of this key sector. QCI and NABCB support Naya Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Construction sector is a key engine for economic growth and infrastructural development. The built infrastructure that manufactures products and provides services intended for you. The house that you stay in, the buildings around you, the roads that you drive on. It's extremely critical that raw materials used in construction adhere to the highest standards of quality, safety and reliability. certifications, inspections, and testing conducted against the national or international standards by conformity assessment bodies such as certification bodies and inspection bodies build consumer confidence regarding these aspects. However, there is a need for an independent third-party internationally recognized national accreditation body to determine and validate the technical competence, impartiality, and consistent operations of such conformity assessment bodies. That's where the National Accreditation Board of Certification Bodies, or NABCB, plays an extremely important role as a national body in India by accrediting the various conformity assessment bodies. NABCB provides accreditation to certification bodies which then certify organizations for quality management systems, ISO 9001, environment management systems, ISO 14001, and for occupational health and safety management systems, OHSMS ISO 45001, Energy Management System ENMS ISO 50001, important for the construction industry. Organizations certified to these management systems by competent certification bodies accredited by NABCB have a proactive framework for preventing and responding to health and safety incidents and systems to support the implementation of best practices related to the quality, environment, occupational health and safety, and energy. It also helps in demonstrating due diligence and regulatory compliance. NABCB provides accreditation to inspection bodies which then conduct independent inspections in various stages of construction projects such as design and stage-wise final and structural integrity inspections. NABCB provides accreditation to personnel certification bodies which then certify personnel for their skill and competence such as masons, plumbers, electricians, NDT professionals, welders, etc. as relevant to construction sector, thereby providing assurance on the certified persons for the desired functional roles. NABCB provides accreditation to validation and verification bodies which can help validate or verify the claims related to green buildings and sustainability aspects of construction. NABCB provides accreditation to product and process certification bodies which can help manufacturers for certification of their facilities in manufacturing products critical to construction. Quality Council of India has taken an initiative by establishing an independent third-party voluntary ready-mix concrete plant certification scheme, which is a product and process certification scheme. It lays down in detail the requirements which the RMC plants must comply with. NABCB accredited certification bodies certify RMC plants for this scheme. Accredited conformity assessment bodies ensure that the quality systems, processes, personnel, materials and technology have been assessed, inspected or certified and are in compliance with the standard practices and national or international regulations as relevant. This prevents the potential project delays and failures, reduces the possibility of cost escalations and reworks, and aids the approval process. NABCB has secured the international equivalence of these accreditation schemes such as management system certification, inspection bodies, product and process certification, personnel certification and validation, and verification, thereby ensuring that accredited conformity in construction is internationally recognized and accepted. NABCB accreditation helps remove the technical barriers to trade, thereby giving a competitive advantage to the Indian construction industry and facilitating access to global markets. NABCB accreditation minimizes the risk of fake, unauthentic or fraudulent certificates. The NABCB logo on the accredited certificate provided by the conformity assessment bodies ensures that they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity. NABCB is committed to India's infrastructure development vision and is proud to be an integral part of this key sector. QCI and NABCB support Naya Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Ensure that they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity. NABCB is committed to India's infrastructure development vision.
Construction sector is a key engine for economic growth and infrastructural development. The built infrastructure that manufactures products and provides services intended for you. The house that you stay in, the buildings around you, the roads that you drive on. It's extremely critical that raw materials used in construction adhere to the highest standards of quality, safety and reliability. Certifications, inspections and testing conducted against the national or international standards by conformity assessment bodies such as certification bodies and inspection bodies build consumer confidence regarding these aspects. However, there is a need for an independent third-party internationally recognized national accreditation body to determine and validate the technical competence, impartiality and consistent operations of such conformity assessment bodies. That's where the National Accreditation Board of Certification Bodies, or NABCB, plays an extremely important role as a national body in India by accrediting the various conformity assessment bodies. NABCB provides accreditation to certification bodies which then certify organizations for quality management systems, ISO 9001, environment management systems, ISO 14001, and for occupational health and safety management systems, OHSMS ISO 45001, Energy Management Systems, ENMS ISO 50001, important for the construction industry. Organizations certified to these management systems by competent certification bodies accredited by NABCB have a proactive framework for preventing and responding to health and safety incidents and systems to support the implementation of best practices related to the quality, environment, occupational health and safety, and energy. It also helps in demonstrating due diligence and regulatory compliance. NABCB provides accreditation to inspection bodies which then conduct independent inspections in various stages of construction projects such as design and stage-wise final and structural integrity inspections. NABCB provides accreditation to personnel certification bodies which then certify personnel for their skill and competence such as masons, plumbers, electricians, NDT professionals, welders, etc. as relevant to construction sector, thereby providing assurance on the certified persons for the desired functional roles. NABCB provides accreditation to validation and verification bodies which can help validate or verify the claims related to green buildings and sustainability aspects of construction. NABCB provides accreditation to product and process certification bodies which can help manufacturers for certification of their facilities in manufacturing products critical to construction. Quality Council of India has taken an initiative by establishing an independent third-party voluntary ready-mix concrete plant certification scheme, which is a product and process certification scheme. It lays down in detail the requirements which the RMC plants must comply with. NABCB accredited certification bodies certify RMC plants for this scheme. Accredited conformity assessment bodies ensure that the quality systems, processes, personnel, materials and technology have been assessed, inspected or certified and are in compliance with the standard practices and national or international regulations as relevant. This prevents the potential project delays and failures, reduces the possibility of cost escalations and reworks, and aids the approval process. NABCB has secured the international equivalence of these accreditation schemes such as management system certification, inspection bodies, product and process certification, personal certification and validation, and verification, thereby ensuring that accredited conformity in construction is internationally recognized and accepted. NABCB accreditation helps remove the technical barriers to trade, thereby giving a competitive advantage to the Indian construction industry and facilitating access to global markets. NABCB accreditation minimizes the risk of fake, unauthentic or fraudulent certificates. The NABCB logo on the accredited certificate provided by the conformity assessment bodies ensures that they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity. NABCB is committed to India's infrastructure development vision and is proud to be an integral part of this key sector. QCI and NABCB support Naya Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Ensure they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity. NABCB is committed to India's infrastructure development vision.
Construction sector is a key engine for economic growth and infrastructural development. The built infrastructure that manufactures products and provides services intended for you. The house that you stay in, the buildings around you, the roads that you drive on. It's extremely critical that raw materials used in construction adhere to the highest standards of quality, safety and reliability. Certifications, inspections and testing conducted against the national or international standards by conformity assessment bodies such as certification bodies and inspection bodies build consumer confidence regarding these aspects. However, there is a need for an independent third-party internationally recognized national accreditation body to determine and validate the technical competence, impartiality and consistent operations of such conformity assessment bodies. That's where the National Accreditation Board of Certification Bodies, or NABCB, plays an extremely important role as a national body in India by accrediting the various conformity assessment bodies. NABCB provides accreditation to certification bodies which then certify organizations for quality management systems, ISO 9001, environment management systems, ISO 14001, and for occupational health and safety management systems, OHSMS ISO 45001, Energy Management Systems, ENMS ISO 50001, important for the construction industry. Organizations certified these management systems by competent certification bodies accredited by NABCB have a proactive framework for preventing and responding to health and safety incidents and systems to support the implementation of best practices related to the quality, environment, occupational health and safety, and energy. It also helps in demonstrating due diligence and regulatory compliance. NABCB provides accreditation to inspection bodies, which then conduct independent inspections in various stages of construction projects, such as design and stage-wise final and structural integrity inspections. NABCB provides accreditation to personnel certification bodies, which then certify personnel for their skill and competence, such as masons, plumbers, electricians, NDT professionals, welders, etc., as relevant to construction sector, thereby providing assurance on the certified persons for the desired functional role. NABCB provides accreditation to validation and verification bodies, which can help validate or verify the claims related to green buildings and sustainability aspects of construction. NABCB provides accreditation to product and process certification bodies, which can help manufacturers for certification of their facilities manufacturing products critical to construction. Quality Council of India has taken an initiative by establishing an independent third-party voluntary ready-mix concrete plant certification scheme, which is a product and process certification scheme. It lays down in detail the requirements which the RMC plants must comply with. NABCB accredited certification bodies certify RMC plants for this scheme. Accredited conformity assessment bodies ensure that the quality systems, processes, personnel, materials and technology have been assessed, inspected or certified and are in compliance with the standard practices and national or international regulations as relevant. This prevents the potential project delays and failures, reduces the possibility of cost escalations and reworks, and aids the approval process. NABCB has secured the international equivalence of these accreditation schemes such as management system certification, inspection bodies, product and process certification, personal certification and validation, and verification, thereby ensuring that accredited conformity in construction is internationally recognized and accepted. NABCB accreditation helps remove the technical barriers to trade, thereby giving a competitive advantage to the Indian construction industry and facilitating access to global markets. NABCB accreditation minimizes the risk of fake, unauthentic or fraudulent certificates. The NABCB logo on the accredited certificate provided by the conformity assessment bodies ensures that they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity. NABCB is committed to India's infrastructure development vision and is proud to be an integral part of this key sector. QCI and NABCB support Naya Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Ensure that they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity. NABCB is committed to India's infrastructure development vision.
Construction sector is a key engine for economic growth and infrastructural development. The built infrastructure that manufactures products and provides services intended for you. The house that you stay in, the buildings around you, the roads that you drive on. It's extremely critical that raw materials used in construction adhere to the highest standards of quality, safety and reliability. Certifications, inspections and testing conducted against the national or international standards by conformity assessment bodies such as certification bodies and inspection bodies build consumer confidence regarding these aspects. However, there is a need for an independent third-party internationally recognized national accreditation body to determine and validate the technical competence, impartiality and consistent operations of such conformity assessment bodies. That's where the National Accreditation Board of Certification Bodies, or NABCB, plays an extremely important role as a national body in India by accrediting the various conformity assessment bodies. NABCB provides accreditation to certification bodies which then certify organizations for quality management systems, ISO 9001, environment management systems, ISO 14001, and for occupational health and safety management systems, OHSMS ISO 45001, energy management systems, ENMS ISO 50001, important for the construction industry. Organizations certified these management systems by competent certification bodies accredited by NABCB have a proactive framework for preventing and responding to health and safety incidents and systems to support the implementation of best practices related to the quality, environment, occupational health and safety, and energy. It also helps in demonstrating due diligence and regulatory compliance. NABCB provides accreditation to inspection bodies which then conduct independent inspections in various stages of construction projects such as design and stage-wise final and structural integrity inspections. NABCB provides accreditation to personnel certification bodies, which then certify personnel for their skill and competence, such as masons, plumbers, electricians, NDT professionals, welders, etc., as relevant to construction sector, thereby providing assurance on the certified persons for the desired functional roles. NABCB provides accreditation to validation and verification bodies, which can help validate or verify the claims related to green buildings and sustainability aspects of construction. NABCB provides accreditation to product and process certification bodies, which can help manufacturers for certification of their facilities manufacturing products critical to construction. Quality Council of India has taken an initiative by establishing an independent third-party voluntary ready-mix concrete plant certification scheme, which is a product and process certification scheme. It lays down in detail the requirements which the RMC plants must comply with. NABCB accredited certification bodies certify RMC plants for this scheme. Accredited conformity assessment bodies ensure that the quality systems, processes, personnel, materials and technology have been assessed, inspected or certified and are in compliance with the standard practices and national or international regulations as relevant. This prevents the potential project delays and failures, reduces the possibility of cost escalations and reworks, and aids the approval process. NABCB has secured the international equivalence of these accreditation schemes, such as management system certification, inspection bodies, product and process certification, personnel certification and validation, and verification, thereby ensuring that accredited conformity in construction is internationally recognized and accepted. NABCB accreditation helps remove the technical barriers to trade, thereby giving a competitive advantage to the Indian construction industry and facilitating access to global markets. NABCB accreditation minimizes the risk of fake, unauthentic or fraudulent certificates. The NABCB logo on the accredited certificate provided by the conformity assessment bodies ensures that they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity. NABCB is committed to India's infrastructure development vision and is proud to be an integral part of this key sector. QCI and NABCB support Naya Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Ensure that they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity. NABCB is committed to India's infrastructure development vision.
Construction sector is a key engine for economic growth and infrastructural development. The built infrastructure that manufactures products and provides services intended for you. The house that you stay in, the buildings around you, the roads that you drive on. It's extremely critical that raw materials used in construction adhere to the highest standards of quality, safety and reliability. Certifications, inspections and testing conducted against the national or international standards by conformity assessment bodies such as certification bodies and inspection bodies build consumer confidence regarding these aspects. However, there is a need for an independent third-party internationally recognized national accreditation body to determine and validate the technical competence, impartiality and consistent operations of such conformity assessment bodies. That's where the National Accreditation Board of Certification Bodies, or NABCB, plays an extremely important role as a national body in India by accrediting the various conformity assessment bodies. NABCB provides accreditation to certification bodies which then certify organizations for quality management systems, ISO 9001, environment management systems, ISO 14001, and for for Occupational Health and Safety Management Systems, OHSMS ISO 45001, Energy Management Systems, ENMS ISO 50001, important for the construction industry. Organizations certified to these management systems by competent certification bodies accredited by NABCB have a proactive framework for preventing and responding to health and safety incidents and systems to support the implementation of best practices related to the quality, environment, occupational health and safety, and energy. It also helps in demonstrating due diligence and regulatory compliance. NABCB provides accreditation to inspection bodies which then conduct independent inspections in various stages of construction projects such as design and stage-wise final and structural integrity inspections. NABCB provides accreditation to personnel certification bodies which then certify personnel for their skill and competence such as masons, plumbers, electricians, NDT professionals, welders, etc. as relevant to construction sector, thereby providing assurance on the certified persons for the desired functional roles. NABCB provides accreditation to validation and verification bodies which can help validate or verify the claims related to green buildings and sustainability aspects of construction. NABCB provides accreditation to product and process certification bodies which can help manufacturers for certification of their facilities manufacturing products critical to construction. Quality Council of India has taken an initiative by establishing an independent third-party voluntary ready-mix concrete plant certification scheme, which is a product and process certification scheme. It lays down in detail the requirements which the RMC plants must comply with. NABCB accredited certification bodies certify RMC plants for this scheme. Accredited conformity assessment bodies ensure that the quality systems, processes, personnel, materials and technology have been assessed, inspected or certified and are in compliance with the standard practices and national or international regulations as relevant. This prevents the potential project delays and failures, reduces the possibility of cost escalations and reworks, and aids the approval process. NABCB has secured the international equivalence of these accreditation schemes such as management system certification, inspection bodies, product and process certification, personnel certification and validation, and verification, thereby ensuring that accredited conformity in construction is internationally recognized and accepted. NABCB accreditation helps remove the technical barriers to trade, thereby giving a competitive advantage to the Indian construction industry and facilitating access to global markets. NABCB accreditation minimizes the risk of fake, unauthentic or fraudulent certificates. The NABCB logo on the accredited certificate provided by the conformity assessment bodies ensures that they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity. NABCB is committed to India's infrastructure development vision and is proud to be an integral part of this key sector. QCI and NABCB support Naya Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Ensure that they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity. NABCB is committed to India's infrastructure development vision.
Construction sector is a key engine for economic growth and infrastructural development. The built infrastructure that manufactures products and provides services intended for you. The house that you stay in, the buildings around you, the roads that you drive on. It's extremely critical that raw materials used in construction adhere to the highest standards of quality, safety and reliability. Certifications, inspections and testing conducted against the national or international standards by conformity assessment bodies such as certification bodies and inspection bodies build consumer confidence regarding these aspects. However, there is a need for an independent third-party internationally recognized national accreditation body to determine and validate the technical competence, impartiality, and consistent operations of such conformity assessment bodies. That's where the National Accreditation Board of Certification Bodies, or NABCB, plays an extremely important role as a national body in India by accrediting the various conformity assessment bodies. NABCB provides accreditation to certification bodies which then certify organizations for quality management systems, ISO 9001, environment management systems, ISO 14001, and for occupational health and safety management systems, OHSMS ISO 45001, energy management systems, ENMS ISO 50001, important for the construction industry. Organizations certified to these management systems by competent certification bodies accredited by NABCB have a proactive framework for preventing and responding to health and safety incidents and systems to support the implementation of best practices related to the quality, environment, occupational health and safety, and energy. It also helps in demonstrating due diligence and regulatory compliance. NABCB provides accreditation to inspection bodies which then conduct independent inspections in various stages of construction projects such as design and stage-wise final and structural integrity inspections. NABCB provides accreditation to personnel certification bodies which then certify personnel for their skill and competence such as masons, plumbers, electricians, NDT professionals, welders, etc. as relevant to construction sector, thereby providing assurance on the certified persons for the desired functional roles. NABCB provides accreditation to validation and verification bodies which can help validate or verify the claims related to green buildings and sustainability aspects of construction. NABCB provides accreditation to product and process certification bodies which can help manufacturers for certification of their facilities manufacturing products critical to construction. Quality Council of India has taken an initiative by establishing an independent third-party voluntary ready-mix concrete plant certification scheme, which is a product and process certification scheme. It lays down in detail the requirements which the RMC plants must comply with. NABCB accredited certification bodies certify RMC plants for this scheme. Accredited conformity assessment bodies ensure that the quality systems, processes, personnel, materials and technology have been assessed, inspected or certified and are in compliance with the standard practices and national or international regulations as relevant. This prevents the potential project delays and failures, reduces the possibility of cost escalations and reworks, and aids the approval process. NABCB has secured the international equivalence of these accreditation schemes such as management system certification, inspection bodies, product and process certification, personnel certification and validation, and verification, thereby ensuring that accredited conformity in construction is internationally recognized and accepted. NABCB accreditation helps remove the technical barriers to trade, thereby giving a competitive advantage to the Indian construction industry and facilitating access to global markets. NABCB accreditation minimizes the risk of fake, unauthentic or fraudulent certificates. The NABCB logo on the accredited certificate provided by the conformity assessment bodies ensures that they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity. NABCB is committed to India's infrastructure development vision and is proud to be an integral part of this key sector. QCI and NABCB support Naya Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Ensure that they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity. NABCB is committed to India's infrastructure development vision
Construction sector is a key engine for economic growth and infrastructural development. The built infrastructure that manufactures products and provides services intended for you. The house that you stay in, the buildings around you, the roads that you drive on. It's extremely critical that raw materials used in construction adhere to the highest standards of quality, safety, and reliability. Certifications, inspections, and testing conducted against the national or international standards by conformity assessment bodies such as certification bodies and inspection bodies build consumer confidence regarding these aspects. However, there is a need for an independent third-party internationally recognized national accreditation body to determine and validate the technical competence, impartiality, and consistent operations of such conformity assessment bodies. That's where the National Accreditation Board of Certification Bodies, or NABCB, plays an extremely important role as a national body in India by accrediting the various conformity assessment bodies. NABCB provides accreditation to certification bodies which then certify organizations for quality management systems, ISO 9001, environment management systems, ISO 14001, and for occupational health and safety management systems, OHSMS ISO 45001, Energy Management Systems, ENMS ISO 50001, important for the construction industry. Organizations certified to these management systems by competent certification bodies accredited by NABCB have a proactive framework for preventing and responding to health and safety incidents and systems to support the implementation of best practices related to the quality, environment, occupational health and safety, and energy. It also helps in demonstrating due diligence and regulatory compliance. NABCB provides accreditation to inspection bodies which then conduct independent inspections in various stages of construction projects such as design and stage-wise final and structural integrity inspections. NABCB provides accreditation to personnel certification bodies which then certify personnel for their skill and competence such as masons, plumbers, electricians, NDT professionals, welders, etc. as relevant to construction sector, thereby providing assurance on the certified persons for the desired functional roles. NABCB provides accreditation to validation and verification bodies which can help validate or verify the claims related to green buildings and sustainability aspects of construction. NABCB provides accreditation to product and process certification bodies, which can help manufacturers for certification of their facilities manufacturing products critical to construction. Quality Council of India has taken an initiative by establishing an independent third-party voluntary ready-mix concrete plant certification scheme, which is a product and process certification scheme. It lays down in detail the requirements which the RMC plants must comply with. NABCB accredited certification bodies certify RMC plants for this scheme. Accredited conformity assessment bodies ensure that the quality systems, processes, personnel, materials and technology have been assessed, inspected or certified and are in compliance with the standard practices and national or international regulations as relevant. This prevents the potential project delays and failures, reduces the possibility of cost escalations and reworks, and aids the approval process. NABCB has secured the international equivalence of these accreditation schemes such as management system certification, inspection bodies, product and process certification, personnel certification and validation, and verification, thereby ensuring that accredited conformity in construction is internationally recognized and accepted. NABCB accreditation helps remove the technical barriers to trade thereby giving a competitive advantage to the Indian construction industry and facilitating access to global markets. NABCB accreditation minimizes the risk of fake, unauthentic or fraudulent certificates. The NABCB logo on the accredited certificate provided by the conformity assessment bodies ensures that they are duly accredited as per international standards, thereby establishing their authenticity. NABCB is committed to India's infrastructure development vision and is proud to be an integral part of this key sector. QCI and NABCB support Naya Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Construction sector is a key engine for economic growth and infrastructural development. The built infrastructure that manufactures products and provides services intended for you. The house that you stay in, the buildings around you, the roads that you drive on. It's extremely critical that raw materials used in construction adhere to the highest standards of quality, safety and reliability. Certifications, inspection and testing conducted against the national or international standards by conformity assessment bodies such as certification bodies and inspection bodies build consumer confidence regarding these aspects. However, there is a need for an independent third-party internationally recognized national accreditation body to determine and validate the technical competence, impartiality and consistent operations of such conformity assessment bodies. That's where the National Accreditation Board of Certification Bodies, or NABCB, plays an extremely important role as a national body in India by accrediting the various conformity assessment bodies. NABCB provides accreditation to certification bodies which then certify organizations for quality management systems, ISO 9001, Environment Management Systems, ISO 14001, and for Occupational Health and Safety Management Systems, OHSMS ISO 45001, Energy Management Systems, ENMS ISO 50001, important for the construction industry. Organizations certified to these management systems by competent certification bodies accredited by NABCB have a proactive framework for preventing and responding to health and safety incidents and systems to support the implementation of best practices related to the quality, environment, occupational health and safety, and energy. It also helps in demonstrating due diligence and regulatory compliance. NABCB provides accreditation to inspection bodies which then conduct independent inspections in various stages of construction projects such as design and stage-wise final and structural integrity inspections. NABCB provides accreditation to personnel certification bodies which then certify personnel for their skill and competence such as masons, plumbers, electricians, NDT professionals, welders, etc. as relevant to construction sector, thereby providing assurance on the certified persons for the desired functional roles. NABCB provides accreditation to validation and verification bodies which can help validate or verify the claims related to green buildings and sustainability aspects of construction. NABCB provides accreditation to product and process certification bodies which can help manufacturers for certification of their facilities manufacturing products critical to construction.
Let's quickly do it so that everybody can complete their T question answers, all those things, and then we'll be leaving. Please get settled down, everybody, quickly.
I hope everybody have taken lunch. May I take an opportunity to invite Dr. Pankaj Goyal and Anuja Anand for the session after lunch. Please. On the stage. Please a round of applause. Center में बैठना बैठना करना. I hope everybody are knowing Anuja. She's a postgraduate and she's the director and in charge for our testing labs. And she's there with NABL from 2004 onwards. So such an experienced person. And other one is Dr. Pankaj Goyal. We generally call him as Dr. Saab. So he takes care of a number of activities in NABL. Latestly, he is doing training for assessors also. So this session, they are going to moderate or they're going to tell about authentication in the test reports or the calibration certificates, what is being issued. And for that, a blockchain portal has been developed. And then QR code, typical code where it is unique in nature. And how those things are going to improve the systems. And then about ULR number. This is what a discussion is going to take place. And hope they have slides to show on, and then it will be open up for everybody for having a discussion, and then what else and what is that we all are agreeing together, and then how we will take it forward. That's about this session. Over to you, Anuja. Thank you.
So I'll be presenting all these three topics, and the motto is to understand the importance and how it is beneficial for the laboratory. As sir was said, that it is basically to ascertain the authenticity of the test reports and the calibration reports which an accredited laboratory is issuing, as so that any fake reports which are there in circulation, it can act as a barrier to that, so that any government regulators which are relying on test reports and the calibration reports which are issued by an accredited laboratory, they can authenticate those reports. So my brief presentation is on how to use it and what are the mechanism to that. Can I have a slide change? Okay. Yeah. So these three topics I'll be covering in my presentation, that is blockchain authentication system, QR code, and the ULR number. So as I said, Now, why these mechanisms are put in place is to combat the challenge of fraudulent reports and certificates, which are there in the market and is misleading the consumers and in general public at large, and it gives a bad name to the accredited laboratories also. So that is the purpose of coming up with these authentication system. So the topic covers introduction, challenges, and key features, step-by process for uploading reports and certificates, and what are the advantages and what are the new features that have been introduced based on the various feedbacks which we have received. So what is blockchain authentication system? It is basically a cutting-edge web application that leverages the power of blockchain technology to ensure alterable and tamper-proof storage of uploading a test report and calibration certificates by providing an unassailable label of authenticity. We can say that it is a repository kind of a portal wherein all these certificates which are issued by the laboratories, they can upload. It brings a new level of security and efficiency to the quality assurance industry, providing a powerful tool of labs and customers alike. So this is the way the portal looks like, and it is actually in the NABL portal, which all of you are using. So how to upload testing report or the calibration certificate? So as I said, it is now integrated with our NABL web portal. So accessing the system is very simple. As I said, you can visit the web browser and you can write as qcert.qcin.org. Your credentials for the system are the same as the one used to log in to the NABL main portal, providing a seamless user experience. So you will be redirected to your dashboard, navigate to the sidebar and click on upload button. You will be redirected to the upload page in the dashboard, click on add report. So it is clear from the picture which is attached. So a pop-up will appear and enter all the basic details of the customer and click save. So once added report will appear in table as shown below, click upload reports to upload the reports. Now web application will ask if you want to review details. Click continue if you are good to go. Like if you are sure that whatever you have uploaded is correct, you can click as go continue. Then you will get a notification like this that the report is uploaded successfully. Now, there were a lot of queries that, the laboratory is issuing multiple reports in a day. So how that can be done? So again, there is a facility to do that also. So how to upload testing reports of calibration, similarly for calibration also. So again, it works on the same way. You will go to the site, log in, again go to the upload dashboard. Then there is a feature. If you see, earlier I had explained add report. So now you will have another feature. So please click on the download icon that is named as CSV. Now open the download CSV, enter all the details of all the customer as demonstrated. Then add bulk report. There is a tab. So you can click on these reports and all these selected CSV file will upload one by one. So once that is completed, you can click the upload button. So added report will reappear again so that you can again check and confirm before you are completing the process. Now web application will ask, as I said, you can always check before you are completing the process. Again, the same message will appear as successful and the reports are all uploaded. So what are the advantages of using blockchain authentication system? One is, as I said, it is a competitive edge. By leveraging the blockchain portal, laboratories can gain a competitive advantage in the market, demonstrating their commitment to quality and accuracy to client and stakeholders, and have a war against these fraudulent reports. Then enhanced security. It will always have a very enhanced security system which is built in blockchain. So this will help tamper proof an immutable system for storing and sharing data, ensuring the authenticity and integrity of calibration certificates as well as testing reports. Now, of course, yes, it will increase the trust. The use of blockchain technology in calibration and testing instills confidence in clients, regulators, other stakeholders that the data is authentic and accurate. Now, second was use of QR code on test reports and calibration certificates. So what is the necessity? Now, there have been, we have been receiving a lot of complaints and from the user or the lab or the interested party regarding, misuse of NABL accreditation by the lab. So, this was, we wanted to overcome this issue, and that is the reason of introducing a QR code. Now, while inquiring, the lab says the report is not issued by the lab. No, whenever we are doing a complaint investigation and when we get back to the lab asking whether this report has been issued by you, the answer is sometimes no. So in order to ascertain whether the report which we are in receipt as a complaint is really right or wrong, so this QR code will always help the laboratory to prove that the report that has been issued by them is correct and as per the procedure laid down norms. So hence, this is the necessity of implementation of a QR code. Now, purpose I have already explained, like to prevent any kind of manipulation, test results, calibration data, and of course, the circulation of forged test reports. So you can say this is for the benefit of the laboratory. It will protect your name. If somebody is forging your letterheads or any form of document and saying that this has been issued by, say, XYZ laboratory, but actually it is not. So such kind of fake reports and all this, we can of course nullify the effects of these by using such measures. Now, interest of the consumer and end of the product is always, because as I said, reputation is important, so that will always be protected. Now, content to be made available on scanning of QR code is, while scanning the QR code on test report, it should reproduce the original test report and the calibration, whichever it is. The reproduced test report should be as per the accredited standard like ISO IC 17025, and for medical reports it is for as per ISO 15189 requirements. Now, applicability of the announcement, we had already issued all this information as an announcement in our NABL website, as well as we are publishing this information periodically in our newsletters also. Now, is QR code mandatory? So NABL is recommending the labs to use QR codes on their test reports calibration certificate. The intent is to, as I said, is to prevent any kind of manipulation or test, and with the reports that has been issued by the laboratories, and to, of course, to combat any kind of forged reports that are there. So, of course, it is for the benefit of the laboratories, and we are, explaining the importance of these and encouraging the labs to use this as a measures to to combat these forged reports. So by implementing the report certificate, any customer, whether it is in-house, private, government of the lab, can assure the genuineness of reports. Now, we have not defined any time limit as per se, but we hope that all laboratories will be able to do so in as quickly as possible. So this is still kept open with the confidence that all our accredited laboratories will switch to this robust mechanism of, having an authentication system. Now, implementation of QR code, these are just to explain further that how you can display it. As I was explaining how to use blockchain portal. So similarly, QR code, how it can be done. So these are the step-wise procedures. QR code containing the link to the accreditation certificate and scope is given on the accreditation certificate issued by every laboratory. So this will help to understand the scope of accreditation for which the laboratory is accredited for. Now click on type here to search on the window and search for snipping tool. So these are just step-by-step process which explain how to place the QR code on the test reports. Now, third topic was on ULR number, which this was the first thing which we had already introduced. So this is being continued. And as I said, NABL has published all these lot of clarifications that we have been receiving. So those clarifications are addressed through our newsletters. So I would request you to go through these periodical newsletters, which will help you to understand the system in a better way and implement it. So as I said, it is there in our website also. So all these are the links which you can use to click and understand how to implement these. So this was just a small presentation. And if you have any queries, the forum is open for any questions. Thank you so much. Yes. No, sir. Yeah. This is no, the client cannot see, sir. Only the laboratory can see this because it is end-to-end encrypted. So it is not for the client to see. It is basically, it is a repository for you. So in case there is a challenge on your report or there is a query on some kind of a report which you have not issued. So this blockchain portal will always help you to show anyone that, the report which we have uploaded is this, what you have got is different. So that is the purpose of having a blockchain system. It is not for open to anybody, not even to NABL, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is like this. Any policy which are implemented is equally, applicable to all labs because it is for your own benefits. Yes, sir. You will have to generate QR code for every test reports, and a lot of labs have already implemented that. Yes. Yes. Sir, I think I answered that in my. Now we have not made it mandatory, but we are encouraging this as a good practice so that, by the time any enforcement comes or some directive, because government wants us to do this. Okay, this is a requirement so that, we are against any kind of fake reports. Everybody is knowing that. So let us, it is to just for the benefit on your own benefit. So as such, now we have not given any specified timelines, but yes, we are checking during the assessments and all, like how much labs have implemented, and periodically we are updating the software also. Yes, sir. Yes, yes. Of course, yes. Yes, yes. Can we have the mic because we are not able to hear the questions?
Yes, ma'am. You were telling about the QR code. What understanding I was having was that lab will put the QR code and our number will have some kind of interrelationship. But from your explanation, I understood that they will come to know about our scope and accreditation certificate. So is there any some kind of hybrid kind of QR code has to be generated, or it is
No,
only
you
of
can
any?
have a separate QR code, sir. Yeah, Ram can, yeah. So he's Ram Press. He's joint director with NABL. So he'll answer your more
There are two type of QR codes. One is for the
mic on.
There are two types of QR code. In the beginning of presentation, what they are shown is to authenticate the test report. So when you are putting the QR code, so when anyone is scanning the QR code, so the entire report will reproduce. By that way, they will authenticate the report and whatever the results and all. That is one. Secondly, when they are showing the step-by-step procedures and the other QR code, which is given in the enable certificate. So that you need to put along with the enable symbol, so that any of your customer, anyone having the test report, they can scan the QR code, then they will have access to the scope of accreditation. But they will check the scope of the lab. There are two QR codes lab has to implement. One is for the showing the scope of accreditation, and another is for the authenticate test reports. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Only accredited lab is uploaded on the web blockchain portal.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, only accredited scope report is uploaded on the portal
Sir,
or
this
complete
requirement is only for NABL accredited laboratories.
No.
Huh.
There are 133 compliance report is in terms of two accredited scope or non-accredited.
So we are talking about accredited scope.
So I think generally in the drug and pharmaceutical, it's a complete report, and the some parameter is only the accredited, and most of the parameter is non-accredited. Purpose for the authenticity of the report is the blockchain portal. How can you?
Ram, you would like?
Sir, while uploading the test report in the blockchain portal, we had to upload with a reference to ULR number.
Agree.
So it is linked to ULR number. So when the lab can use ULR number is when the lab the parameters are created, only then the lab can use the ULR number. As per the present enable 133, lab has to use the enable symbol for all the accredited parameters, and for non-accredited parameters to be separately without any the claim of accreditation. So it has been linked through ULR number. Obviously, whatever the parameters there in the scope, only that you need to upload in the blockchain portal. So others, whichever not there in the scope, the ULR number will not be there. So no need to upload in the blockchain portal.
Agree, but purpose of the report on the blockchain portal to transparency or the fake report. So how can you resolve this?
It's about the accredited scope. Whatever parameters
if the parameters
accredited laboratory should take all the parameters in their scope of accreditation. That is what is expected, sir. So the laboratory can have a plan to, take all the parameters which they are capable of testing, because they say that they are capable of testing. So why is it is not part of accreditation? So let us understand that, and laboratory should come up with a plan that how they are going to completely bring all these test reports under the enabled scope of accreditation.
Exactly, but madam, as per the scope is the choose of the vendor or the customer. Okay, laboratory side, whatever scope is choose for the lab.
So I think Ram has explained that it is linked with the ULR code.
Right. So still, Ram has already told and Anuja madam has explained this very well, that this ULR number basically pertaining to the accredited laboratory that complete 16-digit numbers. Now, furthermore, as far as the blockchain portal is concerned, that is pertaining to the accredited laboratories, for which whatever the accredited test parameters they are generating the test reports or the calibration certificates, they has to upload all these things in the blockchain to prevent the fraudulent activities, kind of the things. So it is basically for the this accredited parameters only. Now, if the laboratory wants to take whole the report, like you are talking about the drugs and pharmaceutical particularly, so in Form 39, if they are the giving the reports for unaccredited parameters also, then they must comply before giving in the blockchain. They must comply the complete accreditation of those parameters as well.
Hello. Yes, one more question from here. For how long report will be on your portal?
So it will be there for hours.
No, I think there should be some time limit, because after 4-5 years there is, I think, no use for that report.
So as of now, it is not defined, but it will be there for
After uploading on your portal our report, can we withdraw that report, or is there any?
No, once it is uploaded to the blockchain portal, so it cannot be removed from blockchain portal.
Yes.
If you want to do any changes, for example, if any lab has uploaded by mistakenly any erroneous report uploaded, so if I write a mail to the support blockchain portal, there is email ID, so they will deactivate that report whichever uploaded. After that, we can upload again the another report, the correct report, with the same URL number.
And
so the lab cannot remove the report which are already there in the blockchain portals.
Okay.
And amendments can also be added, right, Ram?
Yeah, amendment can be done.
Doc's question is how long a report is available on the portal?
No, he asked two questions, sir. First, he said there is no time limit as such now. And the second part of his question was what Ram said, that, whether the report can be withdrawn. So it cannot be withdrawn. Yes.
Actually, I think there should be some time limit also.
So we can decide on that, but I don't think...
because after 10 years, 5 years, there is no requirement of that report, I think.
No, sir. The report, let it be remain there. Now, you have your own retention policy, so that can always be part of this, because every laboratory will have its own retention time of records. So I think that's fine. because it's kind of a repository, so it is gone, so it is stored as a library kind of a thing, secured library, I should say.
A ULR number, there is no need for nowadays for a partial and full, isn't it? But earlier it was the partial and full. We got to add F and P. Since only accredited parameters only we are giving now. Nowadays it is full only, so there is no need for adding full and P. What is?
Yes.
Yes, so now it is only F only. So now
Yes, it is only F only. Sir.
Yeah.
We have removed that actually. Party.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
So you may refer the latest NABL 133, which is saying the mandatory requirements for using the NABL symbol for all accredited parameters. So accordingly, on one report will be issued accordingly.
Ma'am, just want to take one clarity. In case we are issuing some amendments on such test reports, and that has to be read in conjunction with the earlier original test reports. So how to additionally attach that report with the previous one?
Provision is there,
Yeah,
na?
so provision is there.
Provision is
So
there.
in addition to ULR number, an original report is uploaded with the reference ULR number. When you are uploading amendment report, you can add as a the ULR number plus the numeric, the alpha number, digit A. So whether it will identify the amendment report to that ULR report.
Sure.
So
Thank you.
the trail will always be there, like how many reports uploaded, so it will all be visible. There was some new feature you would like to add, Ram, for that now the lab can view. Yeah, we are working on it.
Yeah, okay.
We are working
Feature means we are trying. We will be bringing the integration with the API. The lab is having any software can be integrated through API
Yes.
blockchain system.
We are also
So it will be
working on
automatically.
that
It will be
integrate
go.
their labs API with the blockchain so that uploading becomes much more convenient. So that is also being planned.
I have a question. What is the data security and data privacy in it? Because if we say, if you are testing it on behalf of a manufacturer, we need to inform them that we are going to do this. And then we have to seek a permission because as an accredited client.
Data security is ensured, ma'am. It is all encrypted things.
And who is maintaining the server? Means where will be the data, in which cloud, what about, I mean, any security threats? As
No,
the
no,
risk,
it's all ascertained, ma'am. Like,
I mean, what, can you keep it transparent? Like, can it be, I mean, NABL or whosoever vendor who's maintaining it? If we can get some more information on that and more, will know security.
Since the blockchain technology itself having unique the feature for security.
Yes.
So like unlike other the way of storing, the blockchain will be stored in the blocks. So if anyone has hacked, it will not. They cannot access it.
नहीं करेंगे, but थोड़ा information.
This is also into the encrypted form. All the whatever is stored is in encrypted format. So except lab, no one cannot see. Even enable also cannot see the registry report is up there uploaded by the lab in the portal.
And what about like data privacy? Because we have to
it's
take.
All ensured, ma'am. It's all ensured. So don't worry about any data security, breach of confidentiality, nothing. It's all encrypted and all this is ensured in a blockchain portal.
Hello, ma'am. My question goes to Mr. Ram, sir. As you mentioned that two QR codes have to be mentioned on the test report, as one from the accreditation certificate and one to reproduce the report. So the second one to reproduce the report will be generated by the lab?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And
we have to generate for each and every report.
Okay. So we have to generate a fake path to store our reports?
Sorry? No. Can you repeat the question again, please?
As he said that we have to generate a QR code for reproducing of the test report or the calibration report, whatever it is. So from where it will be reproduced?
So you'll have to have a mechanism of generating a QR code in your laboratory.
That's what I am saying, that I have to maintain a fake path or a storage type of thing where I will store all my test reports.
Yes.
And based on that URL, I will produce a QR code.
Yes.
So I need to know when someone wants to fake my test report, if I am generating a QR code, if he's not available to generate a QR code with some fake path and available the fake upload the fake report on that.
So that is very much the reason of encouraging laboratories to use these kind of QR codes, so that nobody can fake any kind of reports from an accredited laboratory.
No, so ma'am, when someone is up to faking a report, then he also will generate a fake path. Okay, and then he will use the facility freely available over the internet to generate a QR code based on that URL. So when someone who has gotten that fake report will have the liberty to download the report from that fake QR code, and he will suppose that the QR code is from the report is from my laboratory. So how could
You
that
are
be ensured?
correct, but what is your point there?
Sir, my point is that when I am generating a QR code, so everyone else is free to generate that QR code, and he may forge the report at that point also.
Okay.
So
What is your issue there?
my point is that when we are scanning the QR code from the accreditation certificate, so it should be made something linked to the report, because that QR code only lands a user to the download of certificate or the scope only. From where
What is that they are trying to tell you? It is to safeguard a laboratory from the reports what they are generating and somebody else giving it. If that is going to come to the notice of NABL, when taking a decision about that particular lab, what we will accept, what we will not accept. We will accept if the laboratory has did the job, uploaded in the blockchain portal, that information is an authenticated information. So NABL will not take any action against the lab. Otherwise, what will happen is the report what we are getting from the customer or from the government, that report becomes the original one. And even though you have another original one, we don't accept that as this because you have not come into the proper mechanism.
That is very good, sir. But my question is, when someone is getting a report on my lab's name,
Why will somebody take a report on your lab's name?
Sir, someone has provided a fake report to my customer, to anyone, third party.
Why will somebody do that to you?
Sir, that is happening in the industry.
Then what is the solution for that? How do you stop that?
So that's what I'm saying, sir. There should be a mechanism for that QR code.
One mechanism is what now they have explained to you on the slides, and they have told you that QR code should be there so that it is all made very clear for everyone. If this also, whether it is going to fail or not, only after doing the testing of that system, then only you can come to know. If we will keep on talking on not doing certain things, and then there will be no end to it.
No, sir, I am not saying that we will not follow it. We will follow it. But I am just asking if there is any measure to prevent that also.
Now, according to us, what we have found out is, first step is about this QR code. And then second one is that uploading into the blockchain portal so that everything is intact. Other question was regarding confidentiality. Of course, yes, that needs to be maintained. It is up to that particular laboratory to whom they wanted to show it, they can. Rest, nobody will be able to see. That is the authenticated system of that. And this was being told by the government. Government only tells that please do this so that it is to be safeguarding somebody. And we got number of complaints also. There are certain lobbies who are doing it, but we all have to join together to ensure that these things are not happening in the industry. That's what the motive is.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Even we are trying to come up with a vendor, we are talking with a vendor so that the QR code or that particular mechanism can come into our website also, so that they also can be utilized if anybody wanted on a subsidized rate or something like that. We are working a mechanism with somebody. So still that will have a, benefit for that particular lab is concerned. Idea is what? Idea is to protect the lab. Any activity, whatever we are trying to do, it is all only for the benefit of the lab. If there is no benefit for the lab, generally then we don't do it. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, as I said, explain to prevent the fake report. Is there any possibility to generate the QR code on a NABL portal? And if anyone scan those QR code, which directly lands on those NABL portal, so that it could be prevents fake reports. Is there any possibilities?
No, not possible as of now. Because as I said, every test report is unique. Every test laboratory is issuing their own reports. So you will have to have your own mechanism to generate a QR code. The other QR code, which we were saying, you can always have it there from our accreditation certificate. That is to ascertain the scope of accreditation which is being issued to a laboratory.
Yes, ma'am, I understand. But as
It's not possible as of now, sir. Maybe we'll note it and we'll
as we have to upload all the test report on a NABL portal.
No, we are talking about blockchain portal.
Yeah, on a blockchain portal. So to that extension, is there possibilities to generate QR code on that particular point, so that any false reports could not be released by anyone?
Presently, it is not there. Maybe your suggestions will take care. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, hey. Actually, ma'am, we were in process of uploading the reports on blockchain portal. And on the initial steps, when we are uploading a single report on the portal, there was one issue, like the column that has been mentioned of GST number, that was not mandatory. But the reports are not able to get uploaded without that. Like, just wanted to know whether it is mandatory to upload the customer's GST number.
Yes, all the requirements are mandatory.
Actually, there are star marks mentioned on the columns that are mandatory, but I think so star mark was not mentioned on that. So just wanted to clarify that.
And there will be on red asterisk mark. So
Yes,
wherever red asterisk mark is, that column is mandatory.
that mark was not on GST number. No, but reports are not getting uploaded without that.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. Send an email to
Yeah,
us.
send an email so
we
that
will
it
check
can
with
be
the
addressed.
supporting
Yes,
we will
actually
address
we uploaded 20 reports without GST number, but the portal is showing that no reports have been uploaded. That
Yes,
was
so
why.
you can send a specific
yes,
mail
sure. Thank
citing
you,
your
ma'am.
problem
Yeah.
so that it can be addressed.
Can we see how we can verify the reports from blockchain portal? Is there a possibility to see that?
Yeah, whatever you are uploading, it can be seen. By the lab, yes. I told. Yeah, it is possible. नहीं मना कर रहे.
No.
Lab
So
के लिए.
suppose if a retailer wants to verify it. Okay. No.
See, there are initially when we did it, those things cannot be decoded was the first version what we did. Then they told that no, when we wanted to see by ourselves, we can't enable allow that. And we told okay, fine. The second one is we can't make client. Then there should be some security or confidentiality on that. So you give the password to somebody, then when they use that, yes, they can see it. There are different types of labs. Some labs says that whatever the report I'm putting it, anybody can see it. Because the client or the customer is accepting to see that. In some cases, they tell no, customer doesn't want anybody else to see. So there are different types of situation and different types. So as a lab, you can opt for those things. All are open.
One of the report, someone forged it. How we can verify that? Suppose they took they take the ULR number, everything in the report. They just change the name of the manufacturer and issue the same report to the retailers or their buyers. How that can be
See, all these mechanisms are being put in place to safeguard all these things. Beyond that, if it is going to happen, then we'll have to think again beyond that. At least first step, let us keep it.
Sure, sure.
Then second step, then third step, like that.
We are
will
doing
see.
that, sir. We are doing
Because first what is happening is, I mean, without completing the first step, we are all having a lot of speculations on what will happen like this, what will happen like that, number of things. Then what will happen is we don't do it. So the person or the thief, what they are doing it, that will get continued. Want to arrest something, so police mechanism is coming one step. Then allow the other side to go for second step and then come out with a new thing. Like that, it will keep on going. These are all things being done by deliberately by very few or very kind of things. So once these mechanisms are there in place, we hope all those things will get out. That's the hope what we are having. So we are giving an attempt. So one what she told is about QR code, about NABL QR code, so that authentication of accreditation. This one is being put because some labs claim accreditation for something which they are really not. So that purpose, this one. The second one is even that particular laboratory report, somebody can do some malpractice onto that. So to avoid that, the second QR code is going to help. Beyond that, what you are telling is about the blockchain. I have completed my job. I have put it into the blockchain portal and the repository is safe. Any point of time, nobody will question me or challenge me with what the report I have put it. So to that extent, we have gone. Beyond this, if it has to go, then only based on experience, what is that it is coming from the market, then only we can think and then try to do something on.
One suggestion from our side, maybe in future, instead of all this, I think NABL can launch their own LIMS portal. We can all start,
No, but we
making
all
reports on
should
that.
remember one thing. NABL is an accreditation body where we are facilitating for the labs. We will not be able to do number of work what the lab is supposed to do. And because see, even the smallest thing what we are trying to do, we think for the benefit of the lab. Out of 100 labs, maybe 10 labs or 20 labs understands that they come forward, they try to do something. There are same way 20 labs where they wanted deliberately to pull that down. For whatever reasons, I really don't know on that. Balanced laboratories only keep on watching it. They don't do this side or they don't do other side. This is the real-time status what is happening. So now at least we should keep up a first step. Let us complete, because even when he asked about why can't NABL do that, that's what I told him also. We are doing a vendor development. We have told them to bring out a kind of mechanism so that it will come or it will appear in NABL website itself along with your portal, so that those two can get linked. LIMS also we will give an attempt, but you make a note. See, these are all the suggestions by them, whether it is LIMS or QR code or something. The mandate is they tell that enable, we can't enable, do this and help for the labs. It's fine. We take it up. What best we will be able to spend onto that and then provide for them, we do it. It's not that I'm closing it out. Certainly, we will give an attempt of doing that. Because everybody has a customer, everybody has got their own particular piece. How much we will be able to help, we will definitely help.
Right, sir. This is what BS also has done. They have come up with their own LIMS. So we are.
The next point is, if there are going to be 10 LIMS from 10 different bodies, then the lab will ask, how much will I do? What all I should do? So
Or
that also is a problem.
We can have an integrated LIMS.
That's what. Next is integrate LIMS. Then afterwards we will be going to next LIMS. So there are a number of complicated things on that. And even for LIMS, even if we are going to put one fellow or one or two vendor, again the other fellow will come. Why not my name? You are killing my business. So there are a number of things comes into picture on that. So at a first step, what is that the government wanted is from lab end, these mistakes are not happening. That much we can ensure, and it is possible for us to ensure. Even if you will say enable accredited, hardly around 8,000 plus labs are there. There are many more which are not even accredited, which are not even following any of these things, whatever we are following. So now nobody is there to ask, or nobody is asked, can tell anything to them. They are also there into the business field. So now the business equivalents, what it is happening is one goes into a different chain and other one, they all struggle to put all their system in place. So these are all the parities what is happening. Slowly we need to try to bridge all this particular gap. And once if they are telling NABL accredited lab, so we come out clean, that it is all authenticated and to not have any kind of wrong things. So first we try to achieve this much for whatever accredited labs are there within us. That's the idea.
So I think, sir, there are no more questions. So this is just one. Okay.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, as you were telling that we are having a blockchain portal and we have to put our reports there. So here is the patient health information is coming. Now, my point is that in the future, NABL will have any sort of agreement or provide any sort of document which says that, okay, we are the repository for your documents. Because in many pharmaceuticals companies, they ask for this one, that you are putting my report somewhere else. Do you have any sort of agreement or any document? So how we will conclude that on that case?
So you're talking about any confidentiality issue?
I'm talking about the reports, what we are we about to upload in blockchain portals.
So that's all secured, sir, and any will also cannot see any of these reports. Like it is only
Ma'am,
lab.
that you are telling that it is secured. How we will ensure to our clients?
Clients? Show it to clients actually.
But sir, we have to say them that, okay, we are sending your reports to blockchain portal, which is managed by the NABL. Why not, sir?
No, no, please understand what is that you are doing. See, you are a lab.
Yes, sir.
You are doing testing or calibration and then uploading your particular reports in your normal course of action. So what is that we are telling is, already whatever you are doing is safe, secure, there is no problem. By chance, if it is not secure, what is the security mechanism it is there to avoid these things? So one is what they were talking about, QR code. So QR code is one level of thing. What is that known? There can be better ways, better mechanism and all. I'm not going to talk on that. So one is this. Second one is, after you apply these things also, there is a chance of getting off. That's what the others were talking about. Other one is that you keep it into your safe custody, like in a locker, bank locker is there. No, same way, blockchain portal is a kind of locker type, where it will be encrypted. So whatever you have written it will all get decoded and it will go and it will be there in that place. That will be used only when controversial things are there, not for normal routine things, because you are already giving a report to your customer is using it and your normal business will keep on continuing on that. Okay. This mechanism is not for that purpose.
Got it, sir.
Because
Thank
he
you.
asked for limbs is only for that purpose and it has come automatically, it will be showing there. The intention, NABL will never be into that particular activities at all. See, something has to be safeguarded. Today, all things we are telling it, we are trying to help. This mechanism cannot go lifetime. Once you are being made aware, you know everything. I mean, rest of the things, accreditation body or anybody's support is not required. So we have wanted to achieve a level that all this forgery or these things, whatever it is happening, it is going off from the system. We are only trying for that particular level. Because this support or everywhere, government support or anybody's support will come whenever it is a newborn type of things. After it is grown, that they can take care of themselves.
I got it, sir. Just I was confirming that because a few pharmaceuticals company have asked that please destroy our data, what you are
Yeah,
having.
it is possible because that's the reason I'm telling you. Even NABL, even she was telling, even NABL cannot see it. Nobody can see. It is only all into the clouds or into the place where we believe that cannot be seen by anybody. These are all called as authentication system, security system, where we believe it is secure. There are many organizations who are having their own system of blockchain. Better than blockchain also, there are many organizations. Because in one session when we were discussing, they told us that the level 1, level 2, level 3 and all. So we are not to that particular extent. We want at least the first level, whatever it is happening, how much we will be able to safeguard it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. So my question is to Anuja ma'am and Ram sir to you as well. So it's, let's say that
is your question, sir?
Okay. So the question is very generic, again around the blockchain. Let's say if my lab was accredited on 1st January 2022 and my accreditation is expiring on 1st January 2023, hypothetically, I'm just giving an example. Now I did wrote to NABL for an extension of accreditation till the audit happens. But before my extension happens, my lab accreditation period is over. So will that QR code still be active for me to uploading the reports to the NABL blockchain portal or not?
Which QR code, sir? There are two types.
I'm talking about I'm not talking about the one which I have for my lab, for the one which I'm, uploading my client reports at the NABL QR blockchain.
Sir, the whatever test reports you have issued during the accredited period will remain valid. So out of that, there is no validity as such. Will be
So let's say the extension has still not been received. The audit is still planned, but my accreditation period is over. That's where I'm referring. That there will be a gap of month around 1 month or 15 days.
So during that period, I told there are two QR codes. The one issued by NABL, so that lab cannot use because the lab is not in accredited status. Okay, along with enable symbol, that code to be used, we cannot use enable symbol and code also given by the NABL. And lab can use other QR code to authenticate the test report if they want to safeguard themselves. Then that code can be used because that is only reproducing the report what we have issued. So that code can be used for that.
So even
the question what he is asking is expired extension given or has to be given that time when they are going to use it, whether it will work or not work.
QR code will work, sir.
QR code will work.
Which one?
Because in that
yours?
no, both the QR code will work, but in that certificate validity will be there, no, A to B. That will be there. In that the validity period will go off. The user can read it. The validity date is so and so date. It's been closed. That will be known to them. Answer is courtesy Rahul Jain. Because acknowledged has to be.
Thank you.
Actually, this session we have kept because all the locations, all 6 locations, we have kept this session so that there are a number of queries we get. NABL is doing it without consultation, or NABL does something on its own. There are 10 people, as what I was telling him. There are 10 people to pull down. So at least when we are discussing all these things, everybody will be aware that yes, this is what has been discussed. Because n number of times, every newsletter it is getting published, every platform we are telling, every 3 months we have a stakeholders meeting, and all things are getting exchanged. But still, there are a number of things what they tell, and then suddenly somebody will start with one new query about blockchain, and